Hmm. Hey, Lamer. Oh, hey, SS. Oh, Windows subsystem for Linux is good. It's the same VM I used the last stream. Why is it not starting up? Are you broken? Hello. God damn it. There you go. Yeah, I do the same when I install Windows. Yeah, OpenSUSE is great. Using Linux made you appreciate Windows. Why is there no past streams? Just food will probably be good enough. You can't wait to hear how Windows made me free. Well, where is the video? There you go. I've been binge watching this lately. Yeah, all operating system sucks. So how have Windows set me free? I don't have to think about hardware compatibility, accessibility, driver support, efficiencies. I don't have to think about crappy battery life, unoptimized components in laptops, and features not working from laptops and stuff like that. There are more games that works under Windows than not under Linux. There are more software that works under Windows than not on Linux. And I don't have to tinker, fiddle around, fuck around to get a lot of the software working. I don't have to go to my boss and say, I am a unique little snowflake running Linux. Can you please accommodate your whole corporation for my specific workloads? Because you're running a Windows centered corporations. And there are some things that are just more difficult for me to do when I'm a Linux user talking to a Windows ecosystem or a Mac ecosystem. Also, can you please give me a more powerful laptop than any other developer so I can dual boot into a Linux or Windows desktop from Linux on one virtual machines, because I don't want to code natively under Windows because I'm a Linux fan. So therefore, I'm coding under Linux and then testing it in a Windows VM, but the stock standard laptops that you give us is not good enough. Do I need to go on? I could go on. It's easier for me to communicate and talk to co-workers and friends that runs the same operating system as me than not. I don't have problems with communicating with my state. I don't have problem communicating with my council. I don't have problem communicating with my gaming friends. All of the features of OBS, all of the features of Discord, I'm getting breathless here. All of those things just works. Again, I could go on and on and on. Why is there no window snapping? Where's my window snapping? Do GNOME not have window snapping? What? Wait, are you joking me? Like, are you for real? Like, are you fucking joking me? Do GNOME not has... What? Oh, there you go, there you go. Now it worked. Okay. Yeah, I just figured it out. As for some reason, it didn't work. Holy shit. They're over $500,000. Oh my god. Why does MS pull bloat and shit? So here's the thing. Your bloat is another one's feature. So I normally uninstall Teams on all of the Windows installs I install, unless it's a corporate client, because they want Teams. I typically keep Spotify on, because Spotify is the most used audio tool or streaming service for audio in Denmark. So everyone wants Spotify. It's no more an issue than when I'm installing Ubuntu. I normally uninstall Thunderbird, Firefox, LibreOffice, and some other bullshit I don't want. Or install the what is it called? Light version of it. Windows don't have a lot of bullshit. Windows just have a lot of shit you don't like. But other people do. You hate your computer trying to be your friend. Well, yeah, Spotify is the most used, period, yeah. So I have an idea for a stream I want to try and do. I want to try and do a stream where there is no Linux talk allowed. Yeah. You use roofers and language hacks to install Windows. Everyone use like. This is what boggles me with the internet people. They think that, oh, I am super smart. I discovered a tool that allows me to bypass TPM, memory restriction, and allowed me to make an offline account. That's how everyone installs fucking Windows that do it on their own. Like, it's the norm. The only people that don't use those tools are people that buy Windows pre-installed. IT professionals, hobbyists, they all do it. They all do it. They all do it. We have to come to a conclusion, people, okay? Let's take our egos, how big or small they may are, okay? Let's pretend that you're on the internet, you're the stupidest fucking person on earth. Because 99% of what you're going to see on the internet is not original thoughts. Everyone does it. You're not an IT pro. I'm just highlighting how stupid the average internet user are, I guess. You know, like, if there's something people don't want, they find ways of getting around it, okay? If someone can't see, I'm not dissing you, I am dissing the collective. I am dissing the collective. You don't sound like an IT pro. What collective? The collective internet user. Like I just said, I was just addressing the internet users in general. Where was I? Oh yeah. We all have gotten to work or blah 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 blah, and heard someone talk about something that we had no idea what it was. It could be a new TV series, it could be a new movie or something like that. If something is something, this sounds really. Let me try again. If a product is something that the masses really want, they will find a way of getting it. If a product they really want to use is doing something they don't like, they will find a way of making sure it don't do that. Well, you said, I've talked to you before, and you said, well, I could be an IT pro. There's always a chance, but there's a higher likelihood that you are not, from the way that you are addressing a lot of the tech stuff that we're talking about. You do know that the best indicator is people's behavior. Like, I don't want to sit here and fucking make you the center of a fucking live stream and spend hours highlighting every nuance of how you are addressing certain subjects in chat and with other people. Like, nobody's that fucking special. You know? It was not Here's the thing. If that was an insult, you need to go thicker skin. If it's an insult, saying to you don't seem like an IT professional is an insult. The world is going to run you over like a nobody's business. You're going to be used, abused, and left behind. Like last night's bad dinner. Like, I'm being 100% blunt with you right now. If that makes you feel offensive, the world is not meant for you. You need to, I don't know, do something to harden yourself a little bit, because yeah, they will use people will use you. They will use you for your kindness. They will use you for your work ethic, and they will abuse it, and they will throw you out. Linux users already know about this. Most Linux users knows about how to get Windows the way. That was the point I was trying to make, is that most people that know how to install Windows, they already know how to do those things. Most Linux users know how to install Windows, so they know how to get around those things. There are millions of videos on YouTube that shows you how to bypass all of that without even modifying your ISO with Rufus. You type in an, what is it called, OOB command, or what is it called? It's called, I can't remember the acronym for it, but it don't matter. But it's basically like an auto, you go into like auto install mode to some degree. There are millions of videos about that. No, not OMBIs, it's OOB. OOB, I can't fucking remember what it stands. OOBE. So this is how you bypass the online password, I think. Out of the box experience. There you go. Out of the box experience. All IT professionals knows about this. Like, if you're educated in IT, you know about Windows OOBE. It's part of the curriculum. You may have forgotten about it, but they know about it. If you are a newly converted Linux user that know how to install a Linux distribution, and if you are used to installing your own Windows, what's an IT professional? An IT professional is someone that works in IT and get paid for it. That's a professional. Like, what is a professional football player? Someone that plays for a professional football team. Well, IT is informational technology, yeah. You own companies that could be considered IT. Just because you own a company don't mean you understand what it. First of all, you also have a decree. Decrease mean nothing. Decrease means nothing. Congratulations, you know how to study. That's what a degree means. You know how to study. And technically, you should have a greater understanding of the subject that you studied. But I've seen people with a master's, a PhD in fucking computer science, that get out developed by 6 months into a 6 month coder because they didn't keep up with their masters or their PhDs. Chloe, you're right. If you hire a new IT guy and they don't know how to debloat Windows without watching a YouTube video, they are not a guy you should hire. That's something they should have figured out on their own. How can I explain this in a nice way? If you take an IT education, You learn about managing and running Windows. This is part of the curriculum. Hey, Mr. Hardy. This is part of what they learn. So if you want to hire someone that has an education in IT, specifically, or let's say Windows management, and they don't know this, you are hiring the wrong person. It's that simple. It would be like hiring an IT person and can you install Windows? No, I cannot. Oh, I need an infrastructure person, or I need an IT support guy or girl. I don't know how to install Windows. You don't hire that person then. Anyway, I'm done. I would love to know what companies you're running, because, by God. Congratulations. You know how to Google. Can you elaborate on what do you mean by Windows made you a free man? Again, I don't have to think about hardware capabilities. I can run the software I want. I can play the games I want. I can communicate better with all my friends and my families. I don't have to go to work and say they have to specifically cater to my specific needs because I'm running Linux. And there's a lot of things that are incompatible in the corporate world with Linux. If you're running it as a desktop, that is. I don't have to use, or I can use all of the communication protocols in the world that the average user uses, because some of them don't work or only partially work under Linux. I don't have to tinker so much, funny enough. Okay. What are your education essays? If you are this magnificent person, give me your specific your education. And here's another thing, like you said to me, you could be lying. I don't know if it's true or not. And there's also another thing you have to take into account. Education is not the same in all of the world. There are some places that do lower grade education, so to speak. You have a master's in computer science, and how old you are don't matter whatsoever. Don't matter. You created SaaS products. How long ago did you create them? How long ago have you worked in your field? How old? So I guess your computer science degree is like 20 plus years old? 30 years old? When was the last time you used your computer science degree? Your first was launched in 2004. So when World of Warcraft came out. When was the last time you got updated education about your computer science degree and SaaS products? There's so many questions I can ask you, but I don't want to. Oh, we forgot about the cycling thingy. There you go. If you don't know that, it's not that you found out. It's how you said it. Okay? It is how you said it. It was how you communicated it. And the fact that, well, you said it like you discovered the holy grail, basically, or something like that. And again, if you said you have a computer science degree and stuff like that, you should understand that stuff like this, this is what computer admins do every day. And it should not come as a surprise for you. This is what computer hobbyists do every day. Should still not come as a surprise to you. Oh, no. You said it in a more like it was like, I don't know how, kind of like, I don't know how I could live. I'm not saying this is what you said, but it's you said it in a way like, oh my god, I don't know how the world could not get around this or something like that. Well, it is a Frankenstein OS. Yeah, but you... God damn it. Look at the conversation. Look at the context of it. Context. Look at the conversation. Look... I could take one line and it can make whatever the fuck you want. You thought it was cool. Yeah, that's... It's not... Yeah. It was cool. It's not really cool. It's what... Again, it's like... telling a cook to cook, a chef to cook an egg. I'm just tired of this glorifying people on the internet that knows how to Google, okay? Because we have this, and it dives deeper than all of this fucking shit here. But we have a problem in society where people want to be rewarded for knowing how to Google and search YouTube. You know. And then they're like, oh my god, I made this amazing Google search result and I found out how to make a steak. I'm a fucking chef now, you know. You want to be the center of attention. You want to be part of the conversation, and you also want to show that you are smarter than me or everyone else in the chat. Because you have a business, or had a business. I don't know if you have a business right now. It is a little bit attention-seeking, because what a normal person would do is, well, it's my stream. Of course I want fucking attention. It's my fucking stream. It would be like going to watch Katy Perry and be like, oh, so you want to be the center of attention with your singing? Is that what it is? What's going on here, you narcissistic fucking idiot? Of course I want to fucking, like, I want to talk with people. That's why I'm here. Like, I got asked if I want to live stream today. I'm like, yeah, you know. It don't matter. Oh, god damn it. It don't matter if you have not used Windows for 30 years, okay? It don't matter. It really don't. So let me get back to it here, okay? What you should have done. What normal people would have done. When I said that, hey, congratulations, you find something out that any IT pro did or something of that nature, you should just have said, okay, fine, and leave it be. But you took it as a personal attack. That speaks more about your insecurities than anything else. If you want to go into projection and all that fucking shit. My problem is that you find it as an insult. When all I did is congratulations, or said was something of the nature of congratulations, you found out something every professional knows about. Or at least most professionals knows about. And you feel that as an insult or attack towards your professionalism. Well, if you don't know this, you are not a Windows professional. And you talk about things not found on... What do you want to talk about not found on Google? Here's the thing, we can't, because everything can be found on Google. You want clarification. See, you think. No, you want clarification because you think you are owned a clarification. Okay? You want clarification because I bruised your ego. You want clarifications because right now I'm talking to you and not the other 14 or 13 people in here. You want clarifications because you think it's an insult. It was not an insult. It was an observation and it was a fact. Again, you found out to do something 99% of IT professionals know how to do. And you want me... No, I'm not apologizing to you. I'm explaining. I'm enlightening you. I'm clarifying for you. And you want me to pat you on the head and say, good little boy. Because you found out something that most IT professionals learn in their first fucking year in school. Because you feel that you are that special, that you owed that apology. Yeah, and I said, congratulations, you found out something IT professionals already know, and it's no big deal, and you got hurt. I don't care. It don't matter how long you've not used Windows. It don't matter. That don't make you special. It really don't. You were doing dishes. Oh, I need to do the dishes. You could have been new to Linux. It don't matter. I would still have said congratulations. You found out something most IT professional knows. And it's not a big deal. Even most hobbyists know how to do that. Most Linux users know how to do that. It's not a big deal. But you took it as an insult. And then I'm saying, if you take that as an insult, you can barely communicate with anyone. Yeah, I spent the last 30 years talking to IT professionals. I've worked with IT professionals. I built a channel about talking to IT professionals. I think I have a really good idea what IT professionals know and don't know. I've talked to professors in fucking education about this. Of course you think I'm wrong, because you can't have it other way. I know you think I'm wrong. They don't teach you tech deep-loading in school. They teach you administration. So, a lot of things, or a lot of times, the way we install an OS, or we get an OS, like from, let's say, Lenovo or Dell, or, you know, when we buy a laptop or desktop, it's not how the professional world, in most cases, or in a lot of cases, depends on what you're doing, but they typically will have, like, custom installs of Linux, or Windows, or Mac, to some degree, or whatever they're using. So they are teaching you how to administrate, or handle those situations. Is a lot of lack of better explanation, basically. You know, that's what they teach you. And the world being 99% centered around Windows, you learn a lot of those Windows things. So you learn a lot about how setting up scripts that would take features away from Windows installs, doing deployment with deployment servers. You would probably also learn a lot about how to hold back updates, have a machine that you download the updates to, test it on that machine, and roll the updates out to other computers in the fleet. So basically, let's say I administrate your computer. You will not get the updates from Microsoft. You will get the updates from me, from my computer, from my deployment server, what you will call it. And that can be in the cloud or somewhere. There's many, and this is stuff they did 25 years ago. 25 years ago. But a big misconception among, let's call it lesser educated or lesser informed, let's call it lesser informed people, is that they think that what we do at home is how the corporate world works. Or what our requirements of hardware, software, blah, 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 is how the corporate world works. And it's night and day. It would be like saying, like, you know those, like, mine facilities? Where they have those big, massive fucking dump trucks. Those cat trucks, the big yellow ones. Those are uncategorically the best fucking tools to moving stone from one end to the other. But if you're digging up your garden, you don't hire one of those to drive, dirt away. But in the industry, they use a lot of overbuilt, oversized equipment that don't make sense in the private sector and the other way around. But a lot of people have a really hard time looking at the differences because, and again, this is sounding like an insult, but it's not. It's reality. Most people don't think about anything else than their own world. I call it world bubble. So whoever you are right now, Chloe, whoever it is, the most important person is Chloe. And to Chloe, everything is centered around Chloe. Right now, my world bubble and her world bubble is connected because we are both talking to each other in here. But we are both looking at the world from two different perspectives. Chloe has hers, I have mine. And a lot of people, and I will say most of us, gets into this trap. Either often or sometimes in our life where we think the way we look at things, or the way we do things, or the way we discover things is unique. It's how we are the first one to do it. This is how epiphany, it's the same reasoning Linux users have, but it works for me. I can do it. I did it. I, me. That's a very self-centered way of looking at things. And a lot of people do that. No, your problem is that I didn't pat you on the head and said, congratulations, you're a smart guy. The fact is, hey, let me be totally fucking honest here right now. The fact is that if you could not figure that information out, I would be worried for you. Okay? If you could not figure that out, I would be worried for you. The fact that you found something so totally fucking average, it's like Googling how to, make bread, how to make sourdough, how to do cook an egg. If you could not find that information, I would be really worried. You just found something that is so easily obtainable. And I didn't was like, oh my god, you're the fucking brilliant person on earth. You got offended over this. What is that? I'm not clicking the link. Yeah, you can also just delete the apps and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, XP, I used that as a kid also. I am an Arch user. I've used Arch before. So I don't get. Here's the thing: if you think you can insult me with my looks, dude, that's fucking child's play, man. That's fucking child's play. That's like running up and say, "Oh, your mom is fat. I'm smart." You know. And here's another thing: if you give too many fucks about people, what people are saying about you online, you need to go offline. Because here's the thing: SS would not have said any of this fucking shit to me in real life. I would have said the same shit to them in real life. Most people don't say what they mean. Only say. Let me put it another way. Most people are tough people online, but not offline. I can 100% tell you, and it has gotten me into a lot of problems. But I speak like this offline also. If you come up to me with stupid shit, and you have no reason to be that stupid, I will tell you did stupid shit. Or else you won't learn. If I just be like, yeah, oh, it's so awful for you, you don't learn. You don't learn. But if you do stupid shit and I can see, oh, there's a reason why you did it, I will help you out and, of course, not say it to you. But I will make sure that you know that, yeah. I don't give a fuck who you are in real life. You can be 10 fucking feet and 10 feet wide. I fucking kick people down that was taller than that. You will love to know. You don't like to know my thoughts because you don't like what I'm saying right now. The developers get porn. Oh. Oh yeah, I know I can click. I know Lamer don't send me what is it called? Like Lamer never sent me bad stuff. I'm just not in the mood to. Like I'm not a GTA guy. Sue me. Call me the worst person on the internet. I never really liked GTA. I liked like the old school ones, like the top down ones. But other than that, I don't. Yeah. It's not a game for me. I don't know what it is about it. Like I honestly don't know what it is because I should like it. I have something in my eyes. Because I do like open world and open world sandboxing exploration games like that. So I really like The Witcher and whatnot. I just don't know what it is with modern GTA I don't like. You know, it's yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just the story that don't click for me. I don't know. Because I played all of them on and like for a little while, but you know, I just never got into them the way that I got into The Witcher or Mass Effect. Is like one of my favorite games of all time. Dragon Age 1 and 2 are amazing, you know. Maybe it's just the setting I don't like. You know, maybe it's just like I'm more of a sci-fi, fantasy kind of guy. I do like fucking Cyberpunk is one of my favorite games of all time right now. Lamar Soup. How developed are you thinking about my country? How developed that is? Because it depends on what you mean. Like I live in Denmark, so you can, figure that out if you want to. Yeah, Vice, San Andreas. I played like 10, 15 minutes. I actually do like Apple. I don't mind Apple, yeah. Oh yeah, I heard about that. We talked about that at work today. That I really, 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 really want to try that out. Want to hear a fun thing? I was thinking about over Easter that I want to do. I want to make a channel that's non-tech. I'm getting tired of nerds. I may even go back to gaming. I don't know. These nerds are just like, they're so fucking weird people, man. Apparently that pillow is super nice. You can do a lot of Linux stuff with Mac. No, living in harmony. It's not that they are. So my problem with nerds is that they are so full of themselves. That's the easiest way I can explain it. They are so full of themselves. I'm not joking. I've seen videos where, because I don't give a fuck about documenting my weight loss, it's nobody's business. It's nobody's fucking business. How I live my life is nobody's business. If I want to eat myself to death, I'm eating myself to death. It can be inspirational, but it's not. I don't, because here's the thing. You may not believe this, but I've been in the fitness sphere since I was, god damn it, 21, and no, you don't believe this because you see me now. You didn't see me back in the day, and that's the thing. You don't, and I don't give a fuck if you do or don't. But again, I've been around the fitness sphere for that long. And there's a lot of bullshit like in any other industry. Like the supplement industry is super fucking bullshit. Super fucking bullshit. Okay? 99% of the things they try to sell you is not working at all. Or they are selling you shit that, is just overhyped basic shit. But the fitness, let's call it the fitness industry, have a little bit of the same problem as Linux does. The communities are super fucking weird, okay? So, if you take creatine, that is the most studied fucking supplement on Earth, the most proven to work supplement on Earth, you will get yelled at in the comment sections for taking, more or less like they look at you like you take steroids. Or you're not going you're not eating organic, or you're not eating vegan, and like they have their own little super toxic cliques or groups that are having the same fight, like Arts versus Gen 2, Gnome versus KDE. They have that in the fitness industry when it comes to the consumers. So if you watch, like I watch a lot of fitness influencer, and if you go into that comment section, it's a fucking mess, man. It's a fucking mess. There are thousands of channels exposing the fitness industry. No, Denzel, or Diesel, I can't pronounce that name, sorry. Hey, Sparky. That also, yeah, but and then there is like, oh, you have to support this fucking company because they do this and this, and no, you have to support this company, and let's say you take a sponsorship from some random company, you are now the devil, and we can't trust you anymore, and all that fucking shit. What I like to do is just helping my friends out. I have helped countless people losing weight and get stronger. I have worked at gyms before and all that fucking shit. I've been an instructor and yeah. But that was like 10, 15 years ago. Like I used to work out like 6 days a week. I used to live in the fucking gym. No, this is not a fitness stream, so I'm not going to talk more about it, so. What happened? Depression happened. Mental illness happened. This is another thing that a lot of people don't know, is that 99% or 90% of weight gain is directly correlated to a mental issue. I'm not depressed now. I used to be. Believe it or not, I used to be fatter than I am now. I used to weigh about 20% more than I do now. And that's because you make a lot of assumptions. Well, Asbjørn, I would say the fitness industry is way up there. Like, way up there. Way up there. Oh yeah, it's been proven so many fucking times that when you dig down to why, and it comes from, it's actually really interesting. It comes from, the yo-yo effect, where people lose weight and they gain weight again. They lose weight and they gain weight again. And they were like, why does this happen? And they found out that, just go to the gym. Just eat less. And they do that for a while. But why can't they keep that habit? Well, it's because anything that has to do with anything about you is done via the brain. It's a brain issue. So they're like, okay, what in the brain? Is it like a hormone imbalance? Is it like, is it like autism? Is it like, what is it? What is it in the brain that makes it so they don't keep that, go to the gym, eat healthy and all that fucking shit? Well, what do eating do to the body? It releases endorphins. Not dolphins, but endorphins. It makes you feel good. So a lot of sad people, depressed people or otherwise, or unhappy people, they eat. Instead of taking a pill, they eat. And what happens when you eat too much? You become a fatty. It's like, it's that fucking simple. Or it's the, the childhood thing where everything is about food, and then you become an adult. You don't have your parents to step in and say enough is enough. So food becomes a reward for everything. What happens when you take in too many calories? You become a fatty. So they found out that it was actually more beneficial for people that want to lose weight to go into therapy than to the gym. Because then when they got the therapy done, when they got their brain right, figured out if they were depressed or if there's what the underlying issue is. When they fixed that and then got them to the gym, they got consistent, they retained muscles, all of that fucking shit. That's why you see a lot of really, really good fitness trainers that deals with weight loss. They would have therapy sessions in there. Because they know that it's not just the body, it's the body and the mind. Exactly, Asbjørn. It's a little bit like, why do people not go to the gym? It's not because they are lazy, because they can go to work. It's a mental block. And that can be anxiety, it can be, all kind of crazy shit. Oh yeah, the self-care industry is fucking weird, man, yeah. Self-help, self-care, they are really fucking weird, man. Exactly, Chloe. That's what happened for most people, yeah. I can work out every day and still be as fat as I am today. I would just eat more. I've done almost any exercise you could dream of. I used to work out with the people that competed in bodybuilding and fitness. I do miss it though. I miss it a lot. Actually, I kind of want to go tomorrow. Like I never not had a gym membership. There have been like at some point when I was like really depressed, I didn't work out for like 5 years. I still paid for the membership, a gym membership, because if I don't have, and this is how stupid it is, and this is where the mind plays into it. Okay, if I unsubscribe for a gym membership, it's like me saying it's a defeat. I have given up. I have given up. If I have that money out of the window, so to speak, but if I have a membership card, there is still hope. There's still hope. And I've gone on and off to the gym for the last 10 years. Not consistently, but on and off. And here's another thing, you don't need to work out 6 days a week to maintain or build muscle. That's another fucking massive lie. No, it's super easy. Like, normally you just have to pay 1 month. Like, you cancel it today and then you pay the next month and then that's it. You know. Yeah, being in shape don't always mean that you get a better mind. But it can help you, you know. So you don't have to send a certified email. No. So in the gym I have, or I'm at right now, I think you just go onto their website and you cancel it. Other times you just either went down there or you call them and say, I want to, stop my membership, and they're like, yeah, there's a 1 month grace period, and that's it. You know, they never been like. I actually think it's illegal for them to be like, you have to fucking give your kidney to, you know. Oh really, Chloe? Yeah, Asbjørn, we are lucky that we don't have that many problems with it. Oh yeah, physical leather. Yeah, I heard about that also. But yeah, we never had to do that here in Denmark. I think I started working out when I went into the army. So it was have been 2003. 2003, yeah, I think I started out in 2003, yeah. And then all the friends I had was gym rats. I had no nerd friends whatsoever. And I will be working physical labor-intensive jobs like construction, maintenance, and stuff like that, and still go to the gym. What you do in your 20s, I miss that for those fucking days, to be honest. So electricity companies have been a little bit of an issue in Denmark. They used to be really hard because we only had a few one. But yeah. What distro are you on now, Chloe? Were you not like switching around for a while, or what the fuck? I think you posted something in Discord about it. Blah. Yeah. Oh, you're on Windows. Oh. Oh, that's what I see you talk about your server. Yeah, go nuts. Make a guide on YouTube. Just know that you will be one of thousands. You know, like. Yeah, Docker is easy on Linux in general. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Oh, I need to get myself comfortable. There you go. I kind of want to do what these chaps are doing, cycling across Japan. But I definitely need to lose some weight before I do that. Are you in Gemini Advanced? I just use Copilot. Copilot is amazing for development. It's been the most consistent, help I've ever used. I'm not out of breath. I'm not even. I don't even think my fucking yeah, my blood pressure or my pulse is not even that high. I just tend to talk a lot and forget to breathe. That's the problem. I one time talked so much I almost passed out. What the fuck was I doing? What the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, I was training and talking at the same time. And then I passed out. Yeah. Mm, mode in Edge. Oh yeah, they do. They will. Um, Security problems, and it makes no sense to maintain a technology that's almost not used anymore. You know. I mean, AI is such a fucking weird thing. I think there will be a bubble that, or it will burst. I'm almost sure that we will get a AI bubble that burst at one point. And more companies are being found out that they are lying about the AI, that it's really not AI, it's just machine learning. Or algorithms in the back end. Most people don't need AI. They don't. Like, the way I use AI, I use it as a better Google than Google. Because instead of I have to put in the search term, find the right links, and click them, I just ask the AI and it gives me the information I want. Yeah, vibe coding is the worst fucking bullshit that ever fucking existed. It's like, just tell me you don't know what the fuck you're doing without telling me you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Yeah, it's the most laziest and most unproductive bullshit I've ever seen coming out of this world. It makes no fucking sense. Like, any person with just one brain cell can see that's not viable in the long run. Yeah, you may do something that works now. But it's a good way for people that don't know what they're doing to get a job and then lose it when they have to actually use their skill. But yeah, it's the most stupidest thing. But it don't surprise me. Like, look at the world we live in. Everyone's fucking Einstein. Everyone is unique and special. Everyone is the main character of the world. Of course, vibe coding is, because vibe coding is enforcing all of those bad habits. You know, it makes you think you're a rockstar developer when you barely know what a function is. Oh yeah, CVEs was about to explode. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, that was sketchy as fuck. Yeah. Cross-site scripting. Yeah, that sounds like a really good idea. There's just so much bullshit on the internet nowadays. Everyone is a fucking expert. Everyone is a guru. Everyone is like a multi-billion-dollar fucking generational wealth guy that has to rent a fucking set to be like in a jet. And There's just so much fakeness going around. It's not even fun. But it's also so easy to fake it. You know, like... Have you seen how many fake tech channels that's come up lately? Yeah, thanks. Same to you, DS6. Like, there's so many sites that come up where they just do like top 5, top 10s, or super, super easy tech videos that is AI generated. Well, not generated, but it's AI edited or AI voiceover. There's so many fake channels, it's not even funny. And it's mostly like simple, you know, they're talking about simple shit. The JavaScript is a weird fucking thing. Oh yeah, it's a narcissistic playground, 100%. So, Sparky, there is there is a merit to saying things people already know. Because a lot of times, you need someone to tell you what you already know. For you to actually do it, or register it, or acknowledge it. So if you're with a crazy fucking girlfriend, and you kind of know she's batshit crazy, but you just need that one friend over a beer telling you that she's batshit crazy, you know, or you are in a dead end job that you kind of know you are, but you need that one family member to tell you, yeah, you know. Sometimes you just need validation, or you need to hear it from someone else. So I would say those kind of videos or channels I don't mind that much. Many of them are wrong. Yep. Yeah. But another thing, Prophet, you also have to think about is what kind of audience are they talking to? Because if you're talking to someone that knows nothing about whatever you're going to talk about, you can kind of, I will not say bullshitting them, but you can oversimplify to make it easy to understand. So what I like to do when I'm talking with people in real life is I find something that they know about. So if they are a car person or a Lego person or a swimmer, a fitness person, or whatever the fuck it is, if I want to teach them something, I find something, like, oh, this is just like if you do this in fitness, or if you do this with cars, or if you do this in knitting and stuff like that. Is it true? It's not true, but it's relatable. It's like, oh, I see. Like, so a variable is basically, where I put all my fucking knitting equipment in a basket or something like that. And they have, depending on what things I put in there, each thing has their own basket. So my needles have one basket, the threading has another basket. That's a way you can teach someone that's into knitting about variables, for example. Is it like 1-to-1 and does it make 1000% sense only for that person? But that's if you do one-on-one, like, training, or what you would call it. Mm. Yeah, but that's that. The blowing it out of proportion thing is a little bit of a YouTube thing. You kind of have to over exaggerate, be over enthusiastic about it, and clickbait. Really? So everything is opinionated. Everything. Everything is... If someone say, I am unbiased, that's a lie. If they say, this is me talking without my opinion clouding it, that's a lie. Everything you do is through the filter of your opinions and all that fucking, and your biases. What you can do is say, I'm trying to be as unbiased and unopinionated as possible, but you will never be 100% unopinionated or unbiased. And if you catch yourself in saying something that is biased, say it. Because then people know it. And they know how to handle it. I love watching Mac YouTubers. It's like, oh, I like this feature, I like this thing, but I've also been a Mac user for fucking 20 years. I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. You know, so they're talking like, oh, they're talking about the new Mac events, but hey, I'm a fucking 20-year, veteran in the Mac community, and okay, you know that they will look favorable forward, towards it, Oh yeah, Chris Tice Tech, and yeah. But here's the thing, Prophet. Most people are so unknowledgeable about it that to them they look like experts. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. Yeah, Prophet, I know, but most people don't know much about anything. And if your content becomes a little bit too technical, you have lost them. Then your content is not for them anymore. Like, if you look at the Linux experiment, Linus Tech Tip, heck, even fucking Paul's Hardware and Gamers Nexus, or Jay's 2 Cents, they are technical, but not too technical. They are more entertaining than technical. Because if you get too technical, you go into the DJ Ware situation. Where, oh shit, I can actually take an education by just watching this channel. But there's not flying fucking dildos all over the place, and I'm not getting laughs every 5 seconds, People come to YouTube to get entertained. Why the fuck do you think I do the things I do? I used to be a distro reviewer, a tutorial channel. When I started bitching off about Linux, I got a lot of subscribers. People don't want educational content. They want entertainment. I have a video showcasing how to use LT Lite to make a custom Windows ISO. It has almost no view compared to any of my other content. And it's probably one of the most useful videos I made last year. Where I teach you, well, not teach, but I show you how and where you can get the information to make the perfect Windows ISO for you. Had I done it for Linux, it probably got more views. But if I shit talk Chris Titus Tech, I get 3 times the views. We could sit here and talk about getting C# up and running on Linux. Or we could shit talk the Linux community. Like... I have realized that most people don't want educational content on the internet. And if they do, they pay their way out of it. They go to the pay sites. Or they get their company to put them on courses and stuff like that. And OS is... It's the good old scenario with having no identity, The people that get so fanatic over Oasis are the same people that get fanatic over consoles, the same people that get fanatic over fitness. That's the only thing they have in their life. They are that boring. And they find something where they feel welcome and that interests them. The perfect harmony. And that becomes their identity. Because they have nothing else in the world. I see a lot of my gym pros go down the same fucking route. Like, I remember when I used to go clubbing and all that fucking shit. And a lot of the girls, oh, I want, your friend, can you introduce me to him? He's such a fucking stud. And like, you don't want to be with him. Yes, I do. No, he farts all the time. He lives off protein powder and creatine. He takes steroids every second fucking day. He works, he goes to the gym. When he comes home, he's so tired that he can't do anything other than watching fucking junk television or be on his PlayStation all day. And lo and behold, most of them don't last more than a few months. Now, he's never home, he don't pay attention to me, we never go anywhere because, we have to stick with his gym schedule, and we can't go out for a meal because it's not his cheat day, and it's like that in a lot of places. People, if they don't have anything else in their life, they hyper-focus on one thing. And that becomes their whole identity. And you have to be a super unique person to live with a person like that. Yeah, but here's the thing. If people give you shit for using Windows, those are people you should not have in your friend circle. It's that simple. And that just excluded most Linux users. But if someone won't talk to you or won't be your friend because of an OS or going or not going to the gym or what console you have, they are not people you should have in your life. It's that fucking simple. Your people in your life should not care how often you work out, how fat you are, what where you work or not work. Like, if you get too fat, they should be like, that's unhealthy. But this should not force you to the gym or anything like that. A little heads up once in a while is okay. But it should not be like they are giving you shit forward all the time. Because then they are enforcing their lifestyle onto you. They want you to become them. Like, I've been to a lot of therapy that has cost me a lot of friends. Because I realized those exact fucking same thing. I was listening too much to what other people said. Because they wanted me to basically be them. Or do what they do. Again, they think they have the answer for everything. And trust me, you would be so much happy with, none of those fucking idiots. I made a lot of Linux to I switched back to Windows immediately. Yeah, Chloe, first of all, that's sad. That's super sad that they are like that. But they probably did you a favor anyway. Now they don't get to see your massive amount of fucking wallpaperness anymore. Yeah, Sparky, but in the Linux world, they're the minority, though. Here's another thing I love that people also tend to do. I make a lot of money, therefore you should make a lot of money. A lot of people don't want a lot of money. Because with a lot of money comes a lot of fake friends, a lot of, oh, will you invest in this? And oh, you're the most popular fucking person on earth if you have money. But if you have enough money to live, pay your things, go on a trip once in a while, just live your life, you'll be left alone. And that's where most people want to be. Yeah, those statistics becomes modest when we talk about friend circles. Because you cannot look at your friend circles and say like, well, are you part of the 42% of Linux subscription based um, corporate world or not? Friend groups are really something else. Oh, and macOS, Dan. macOS also. I love this. Okay, I love GNOME users bashing macOS's UI, while GNOME is becoming more and more like macOS. You know. Oh yeah, yeah. If you're homeless, just buy a house. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah. And it's also the same. Like, oh, everyone should be a leader and entrepreneur. No, most people don't want to do that. Most people, like I said, they just want to go on with their life, go on a vacation, have some kids, have enough money they don't have to think about bills, and they don't want more stress in their life. That's it. That's it. It's only idiots that want to work 20 hours a day to become a billionaire. I don't mind billionaires. Billionaires gives jobs, you know. We need rich people to make jobs. Because if we don't have rich people to make jobs, then it becomes people's job that don't want to make jobs that makes jobs. So if you don't have people that strives to become multi-billionaires or millionaires and make jobs, well, then who should make jobs? The government. And we all know governments, for the most part, are useless fucking bullshit. So we need the Jeff Bezos and stuff like that to make jobs. But pay the fucking Amazon workers, a proper wage and give them like proper fucking, what is it called? Like working conditions, of course. But a lot of the jobs that we have in this world is because people are rich. People are millionaires or billionaires. You know. Yeah, but some jobs just like, here's the thing. It's like natural evolution. Some jobs just lose their fucking relevancy, you know. Some jobs just are not needed anymore. Like, of course, one person should not own everything. It should not be like one company controls everything. But a lot of jobs over time will either become obsolete or they will morph into something else. You know, like like where the fuck what do you think all the horse carriage mechanics or what they were called think? You know, when the car came around. And we can all agree that the car was probably one of the biggest things to be invented, you know. Like, it benefited the world so much, but we killed so many industries when we adopted the car. Like, so many industries. There are a lot of positive things we have today that killed a lot of jobs and industries. Yeah, yeah, go have fun, man. Yeah, I think it is a common understanding in Scandinavia in general, in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. And I honestly, I think it's kind of understanding in the world in general. And I also think that the world in general understand that we need people that want to make jobs and stuff like that. And to do that, we need the rich people. They should just not control the world, if you get what I'm coming at. Um, Because, or else we will get like the Soviet thing where the states own everything. They are the ones making the jobs, controlling the jobs, and then it just becomes like a bureaucracy of bullshit. Where in the end, it's a few people controlling everything anyway. At least if it's like an open market, you can have like a chance to overthrow Goliath. And that's why monopolies is like, they need to do more against monopolies. Like, it should not be possible to have like a company as big as Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, that size company should not be doable. Well, yeah, all those massive companies. So any Android fanboys or ice sheeps, they are all dumb and stupid. Any fanboy is dumb. Because basically what you say if you are a fanboy of something, or fangirl, you basically are saying that I hereby forgo all logic and reason for the cause. You become a slave for the cause. I wonder if they start cycling yet. But yeah, these guys are cycling across Japan, by the way. It's like an what that age state I'm watching. Yeah, Sparky, yeah. At some point it gets too fucking big. Oh, I had sushi today for the first time in years. And I'm still like, oh, maybe it was too much. But it was so good. So good. Mm-hmm. Oh, I think you can, but it's a lot of work. Like, you need to, like, I don't know if they do it anymore, but Fedora used to use the dependency resolution part from Yast in DNF. Oh yeah, Ubisoft and Activision, yeah, that's... They are mental! Oh, EA, yeah. EA used to be such a good company. Like, EA used to be, like, their company. Like, they used to make one banger after another, man. Great music, like, they will license real-life music, or real, like, proper music and use it. Like the top 40 or something like that. They used to be such a fucking good company, man. The same with Blizzard. Ubisoft has always been a little bit hit and miss. Activision was also really good in the early 2000s and 90s. But then you get a lot of people with a degree to run the companies. It's funny that, like, think about this. Most companies that are shitty nowadays got shitty because they were run by people with degrees. You know, people that took like a super massive long education and didn't care about the art of it. You know, or the spirit of it. They just cared about the bottom line. A lot of the most successful companies were run by people that had no education or barely any education. And they did it for the passion of it, for the love of it. And I honestly believe a lot of educations in today's world are the reason why a lot of companies are in the bad states they are. I should make a video rant over how education systems basically teaches you how to become a drone. And it's from you start in school, like elementary school, all the way till you go out of university. Hey, Chris. Like, education systems teaches you how to be a drone. But they're also the fastest way to learn a skill. So it's like the double-edged sword. You learn a good skill, or a skill, but you also learn a lot of bad habits. Because they basically teaching you to become part of a big organization. Oh no, it's fine. I can somewhat read German. I can read a good part German, yeah. But I barely can speak any of it. And I live close to Germany anyway, so. Tips of et ord. That looks a lot like Denmark. What the fuck? Northern Japan looks a lot like Europe, to be honest. Man, I wish I lived over there. As a kid, and new ones I haven't played yet. One game I loved. Oh, really? What was the name of the game? Welcome back, Lamer. Yeah, Sparky, there's a little bit of metaphor, Refensio. I can't pronounce that shit. Yeah, I never heard about it. I was never a Nintendo person. I've always been Persona I know about, yeah. Never played them, I know about them. It's same with Metroid. Never played them, but know about them. Yeah, but I never got into Nintendo. I had the original Game Boy as a kid, but I played Donkey Kong and Tetris on it, and that was about it. Yeah, emulators are good. I honestly do believe that emulators are a good thing. But I always kind of wanted the Switch. I may get the Switch too when it comes out, but I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. I've always been either PlayStation or Xbox, but most a PC gamer. But yeah, maybe the Steam Deck too. I don't know if there is any release date for that. If you want to learn a skill, university is the fastest way of learning it. Okay, so there's no. I may get an ally. Yeah, that could be a good shout. Yeah. But if I'm go, so here's my thinking. If I go handheld, I would kind of like, like the Nintendo kind of, because I want to play games I normally would not play on my computer or console. So that's why I'm thinking about Nintendo. You know, because for me, handheld gaming is not something you sit and do for 10 hours at the time. It's something you do for like 30 minutes to an hour. And Nintendo just fucking kills that audience. Like Nintendo just have the games for like short for playing short stints. Like I would not get a Steam Deck because, well, I would, but I would not boot up like let's say Cyberpunk, because like I don't want to sit and play that for 2 or 3 hours at one time on that soggy little screen. I know people do, but I would not do it. I'd rather would play it on PlayStation or computer. But what I would love a Steam Deck for is like, oh, I'm taking like a 2 or 3 or 4 hour journey and or trip, and maybe for like 30 minutes, an hour of that, I will play some random fucking game. You know, like a short, like Factorio or Power Wash Simulator or stuff like that. Like casual gaming. Yeah, 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 Prophet. Go have a good day. Yeah, for me, handheld gamings, I honestly think that most people don't play, like long form content on them. They just play for like an hour, 2 hours at maximum, and that's it. And if they do, they don't play like super hardcore games. It's like casual games and whatnot. And let's be honest, Nintendo has a lot of casual games, I don't. The only reason why I would like a Steam Deck, or yeah, Steam Deck, is so I don't have to pay money for games, because I have most of the games I want to play already on Steam. It's the only reason I want a Steam Deck. If I did not had like thousands of games on Steam, I would have gone with Nintendo or not have a handheld at all. Because a lot of the casual games I want to play, I can play on Nintendo. Well, family friendly, I don't like. I don't have a family, so I don't care much about that. Or at least, I don't have kids, so I don't care much about that. Yeah, Asbjørn, exactly. Yeah. I used to have to force myself for long playing sessions, so I would normally stream. You know. Oh, Chloe, I don't even want to think about it, man. I am. Yeah, one day I was like, let's just take today's prices, because a lot of the games I have is also discounted and stuff like that. But I was afraid of actually calculating how much I have in my Steam library. I think there is a site you can go to where you basically just log in and they will tell you how much money you have in your Steam library. Like how much worth or wealth, or what you will call it, your Steam library is. I do know some people that love their Steam Deck and they play only on it, but they are like really, really small minority of people. Most people I know that use the Steam Deck, they use it for the same things that they will use like a Nintendo Switch for, or something like that. It's like, the girlfriend, they're laying with the girlfriend and she's watching 90 Day Fiance or something like that in bed, and then they're playing while that's on, or in the couch while they're watching it, or on a trip, or the kids, like it's for short term sessions, and not like, oh, I have to immerse myself into this like 100-hour game and go full fucking RPG mode and stuff like that. It's mostly just for like to waste time, more or less. They use them. I have noticed one thing with going back to console gaming is that I'm more like I'm focusing more on the game than because if I'm on Windows and gaming, I always have 10,000 other things going in the background, and I focus more on them than the game sometimes. But if I am playing on my PlayStation, I may have a YouTube video running in the background, and that's it. It just forces you to focus more, I guess. Where if I'm playing on my PC, I'm like, oh, I have to check this coding thing, I have to, or watch a tutorial or something. I'm like, oh, fuck. I might as well just do that instead. But I'm still debating because I just switched back over to my gaming PC, and I'm like, I don't need, but I kind of need a new graphic card that can push my new monitor. But they are so expensive, and I have like a super good developer laptop, so I'm thinking about just fucking sell my gaming rig and then play PlayStation and use my laptop for development and live streaming. Because I can do that with no issue whatsoever. Oh, I want to get one of those capture cards so I can just, capture from there. Had graphic cards not been that, expensive. Like, I could get almost 2 PlayStations for the graphic card I want. And gaming on any console nowadays are good, Yeah, that's true. That's another fucking issue. But I look at the graphic cards I can buy today and how much they are. And it's just so fucking irritating how expensive they are. It's so stupid how expensive they are. And yes, you go down in quality a little bit by going on to console, but it's cheaper, it's more convenient, you don't have to, deal with drivers and blah, 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 blah. Hey, Scooby, yeah, I hear that's a good card, to be honest, the 3070 Ti, I hear that's a good card. Some, some people, some people want, they can only play games if they are run on ultimate settings. I've known a few gamers like that. I don't know why, but they refuse to run games in anything other than maxed out. Yeah, lame. Yeah. And you will get so much joy out of that play. Or Xbox if you go that route. Yeah, but they are super bad for anything over 1080p. Or if you want to do 1440p 60. And I have like a 170 hertz monitor. I kind of want to push a little bit. But I hope they will, yeah. If you're a 1080p gamer, they are amazing. They are amazing. And even for like most 1440p if you don't want to go past 60. But they are still not good at 1440p. Yeah, a lot of people use frame. I have to use frame gen in a lot of games nowadays with a 4060 Ti. Because if here's the thing, if you want to play a game or buy a graphic card where you don't need frame gen or upscaling, you have to get like a fucking $2,000 graphic card or something like that, or $1,000+ graphic card, or else it will just kick you in the fucking teeth. And if I'm upscaling, I might as well just play PlayStation. It's not OCD, but it's that mentality of I want to do it the best way possible. Yeah, yeah, it is too expensive. Yeah, yeah. Go to work, Lamer. They need to paint that fucking house over there. Modern graphic cards are not built for gamers anymore. They're built for AI. They are built for small companies, and they are built for hobbyists. Automotive, yes, like the professional market. And then they give gamers like a watered down graphic card where you have to use upscaling if you want to, you know. You did make a put in the link. Put in the link. You can link. Xerox remote specialists. I almost bought like a Xerox laser printer the other day. I used to be. What the fuck is happening? I used to be an anti-HDR person. But HDR, like, if you have a game that supports it properly, it is actually. I like it. How to install a printer driver. Last time you did that, you called me a simp. A mama's boy. I will sub to it after the stream. What the fuck was I? The fuck was I thinking about? What was the comment? Oh, HDR. Yeah. If you have a monitor that support HDR, good. Like a proper monitor, and the game supports it, it's actually really good. But there's so few monitors that do it properly, and games that do it properly, so... This is the one without the nagging, okay. Yeah, like I said, if you have a decent monitor, HDR do, but OLED, yeah, I will kind of say, like... If you get like a really, really good ISP monitor, you're kind of there. But HDR is nice. So when I'm playing Gran Turismo and I see like headlights when I'm driving at night, it's like fucking in real life when the headlights reflect off the interior and stuff like that. I love that. I don't know if Sony said that. That's true. Remote sessions look weird. I have to, when I'm doing OBS, I have to force SDR or else that look weird. You get a lot of compatibility issues with HDR, sadly enough. It's mostly only good for content consumption. If you are a live streamer, I would probably not go HDR, like a game streamer. But yeah, it does emerge and it becomes better with HDR. I almost fucking drove into a wall the other day in Gran Turismo because of HDR and lighting and stuff like that. They blinded me. in the Australian track, whatever it's called. Oh, Dark Side Phil? Oh god, oh shit, he's doing so much bullshit right now. Oh, that fucking stupid idiot. Like, he's the epitome of fucking everyone online. Like, he's one of those terminally online fucking idiots. I mean, he bought a capture card because, bigger numbers. And because, bigger numbers, I want to, use bigger numbers. And then he found out his computer could not use it because when he bought the computer, he was listening to idiots in the comments or in the chat instead of actually fucking researching the shit he should do. And when he researches, he don't know what to look for. He's just so stupid. So stupid. There's a video at his birthday stream where he cries. Where he asks because he gets donation, he asks, "Do you really like me?" And then he just starts crying. And like, Jesus Christ. And then we say, I'm not a drama channel, and 90% of all the content he does is drama. He's such a fucking bellend. Oh. But yeah, 4K streaming requires not for YouTube because they downscale it and all that fucking shit. Like, YouTube's recommendation for 1440p is 4,000 kilobits. Oh, he can. No. He can install. He can't even install Windows. He can't even install Windows. He can't even figure out how to find the drivers he needs for Windows. He used to run a computer for 8 years that he never rebooted and never updated because it worked. No updates to any software on it. And he only changed it because the fans were starting to die in it. That was when he got the first new one. Because the fans slowly started to die in it. Like, he's the... And here's the thing. He thinks he's the smartest person on Earth. Like, if you really want to go down a rabbit hole, go look up DSP. That dude is the most fucking weird-ass motherfucker on Earth. That's a Starlink, by the way, he has on the back there. Oh, another way Windows set me free. I forgot about that one. Now I saw that Starlink. When you stop trying to fight the world and just accept that it's fucked up, you would be so much more happier. If you stop fighting proprietary software, Microsoft, big businesses and stuff like that, you'll be so much fucking happier. That sounds plausible. That actually sounds super plausible. Because they will assume that they already know whatever the fuck it is. Here's the thing. This is something that they have found out in psychology, is that stupid people will call themselves smart, smart people will call themselves stupid. Stupid people will tell everyone how good they are, how much marriage they have, how successful they are, etc., etc., etc. Smart people always undersell and downplay all their achievements. It provides a surface most people's livelihood. And that is because stupid people don't know how little they know, and smart people know how much they still have to learn. So if you meet someone that calls themselves smart, or boast about, oh, I am this and I am that, and I have these qualifications, don't listen to them. They more than likely are overcompensating, or don't know much about what they're talking about. Because here's the thing, like I said before, you can get someone with 10 years of experience, and someone that have done it in 6 months, and the person that done it in 6 months can be smarter, better in every way, shape, or form than the one with 10 years of experience. Just because you've gone through an education and worked in a field don't mean you know what the fuck you're doing. You just know the bare minimum to do the job that you're trained to do. Your paycheck is not compatible with Linux. But I thought Linux was free. Talk about react to me. Oh. Oh, food isn't free, that's true. I get what you're saying now, Chloe. I just say to people, explain it to me like I'm a 5th grader. It also it also helps taking a lot of the bullshit out of it. Because a lot of people put a lot of unnecessary information in there because it makes them look smarter or sound smarter. Now I want more Japanese food or Asian food. Damn you. Linux is free if you don't value your time. I would not say that 100%. Did the Linux fanboys attack and drop your hit points from... No, just some self-centered idiot that got offended because I didn't call him the smartest person on earth, I guess. I don't know. That too, Chloe. The sushi I got was really good, though. I have no idea what they were called. I just ate them. Yeah, Doc Manson. A lot of people are like that, sadly enough. Sadly enough. Most Linux users don't want to give any money back to the community. They barely want to help out, to be honest. They just want to take. And hey, like, if you think about it, okay? So Linux users, they don't want to pay for anything or give back. That's fine. If you then ask them who should pay and develop for Linux, and you tell them that, well, that would then be big corporations. They'll be like, fine, let them do it. They have all the money in the world. Okay? How do they make money? Proprietary software. So you don't want proprietary software to exist. So their business models goes out of the window. So the people that you want to pay for you would not be able to if you get your way. So they want to take and then bite the hand that feeds them, basically. And that's what I find super funny. They will go up to a company and bitch and moan about them and be like, but they are one of the biggest contributors to Linux. We are just using them. Well, then you are dependent on them. Like, if they were not here, who else would do it? You are not going to do it. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I don't want to do something I don't want to do. Yeah. Why do they say it's because that they think because Linux is not under like a ownership license where, you know, like you can do whatever the fuck you want with it, basically. Give it away, modified. They see that as freedom. Oh, the Linux fan was what? It's the it's the leecher mentality, you know. It's what leechers do. That's what low light. Again, I cannot say it in a nice way because it's not a nice thing, but they are users and abusers, you know. Yeah, Chloe, that, yep. Like, people forget that when something is free, someone else has paid for it. Or you are the product. And if someone else has paid for it, well, you are basically just leeching off other people's goodwill and faith, or whatever you will call it. You know. And then if you're asked to give back, you won't. You are even worse. Like, there are open source projects that had to stop because the community did not want to help out or give back. And then they got angry that they demanded money and shit like that, or help. How dare you? How dare you? Wanting either money or help for something you spent most of your day working on so I can get it for free. Because in their minds, it's just code, you know. Well, you're just sitting on your fat ass and basically writing a letter on your machine. But that's not what developers do. They problem solve. If it was as easy as just sit and type on, you know, like you're typing a letter, everyone could be a developer, you know. But they troubleshoot. They figure out, how can we do it better? How can we even do this? How can we make it sense? How can we make this alien language into so it actually works? So you at the end can get a product. And that's what they spend most of their time on, actually developing the software, not typing it. You know? Yeah, most people are like that. They are most of the time subpar, yeah. Like, there are a few open source projects that I would say is like way better than most proprietary software. So OBS is one of them. VLC is one of them. Audacity is one of them. Ocean is another one. That's like an Audacity kind of clone-ish thingy. But that's like 4 I can think out of thousands of open source software. You know. No, it's just because a lot of MySQL. So yeah, hey Don. PostSQL. So the SQL families. Yeah. GIMP. GIMP is not good. GIMP is bad. DaVinci Resolve is not open source. Affinity Photo is not open source. Yeah. Inkscape. Yeah, kinda. Blender, yeah, that's also up there. KD Live is subpar, yeah. Oh, Chloe, I read it wrong. I get it now. I read it wrong, sorry. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, Chloe, I just read it wrong. No, it's because open source is a lot of time run like a hobby. Like, it's run like a prototype software. Then it takes off. Krita is also okay, but not good. Then it becomes popular. And then they have like a choice. Either we start to take this seriously and actually demand money for it, which is not going to fly, or we have to basically just be depending on people's goodwill. And when you are depending on people's goodwill, well, you get what you pay for. You know. Like, I'm not saying most FOSS programmers are bad, but if I want you to fix something for free, are you going to put the same effort into it like if I paid you $100 or $200? You know. It's kind of why a lot of FOSS software is the way it is because unless you get paid by donation, you get like, well, you get what you pay for. You know, like you why would I spend 10 hours working on something I don't get paid for if I can spend 10 hours working on something I get paid for, you know? Yeah, and that's another thing. They are so scrapped for money that they can't hire, in a lot of instances, UI and UX designers. So you are getting subpar UI UX designers. Oh, that's another thing. We need UI UX designers at work. And I don't know if I should, like, become one. If I should become that one. Like, I don't mind doing UI and UX design. It's just boring. Like, I say I don't mind it. It's just like, you don't code much. You just sit there and look. It's like furnishing in a house, you know. Well, I have some graphical designing courses, yeah. I have some experience in graphical design. But it's just like, you don't code much. You just sit there and just using markup languages, more or less. Yeah, I don't like. I love building I love building everything about the back end, the middle end, the front end. I love doing that in a program. But I don't want to sit and spend days optimizing the UI and UX. I just want to make it serviceable and look nice. Again, I have next week on my other channel that I have made, there will be a reveal of the first software that I have made that will be publicly available for Windows. And it's not the best UI experience or user experience, but it's not bad. And I would have no problem if I had the money paying someone to spend like a week making it look nice. Or nicer. Because at some point I'm just like, but it's good enough, it works. It don't like, come on, like, do we really need like that one pixel extra fucking whatever, you know? But I do think I make decent UIs. Like, I'm not bad at it, but I'm not like a fucking genius either. I'm okay. I can make, like, the programs I make at work, people like, I will not say love, but they like the UIs I make, you know? I heard that problems of good practice that get sabotaged by whole. Yeah. But it kind of also depends, you know? It depends on what kind of program it is. Because some programs just, it's like, you can't do much with it. So my humble opinion is that if you just theme your fucking program a little bit, that goes like, it makes it from a horrible to a decent UI. Just theme it a little bit, you know. Just don't use stock standard icons, don't use stock standard color palettes. Just theme it somehow. Already elevates it like to, you know, and use somewhat, what is it called? Common sense experience, user experience paradigms. You know, as little mouse travel as possible. Keep, you know, like, you know, keep the information relevant on the screen where it makes sense and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, give it a little bit of character. Yeah. It's like going from an unfurnished or like a room with like one chair, one desk, and no fucking wallpaper, paint, or anything. Give it a paint, give it maybe, you know, a cactus in the corner, a shelf over there, and a painting there. The room is already 10,000 times better than suitable for 90% of humanity. But if you want to make it like excellent, yeah, then hire a fucking designer. But the problem with hiring designer is that they want to take everything over. Then everything becomes about the design. And they kind of have the same feeling like what is it called? Salespeople have. Like, crappy programs are only crappy because of bad UIs and user experiences. And if they only were better and blah blah blah, more people would use them, etc., which is a little bit bullshit. I need to mute you guys for like 5 minutes because I need something to drink. I'm so thirsty. Oh yeah, I'm back. Oh, that was so good to get something in my fucking to drink. I forgot to take my drinky with me to my table. But if you like look at it, OBS don't have great UI or UX design. It's good, but it's not great. VLC is even worse. Audacity is also bad, but it's not too bad. You know, it's serviceable. And I do believe that if the functionality of the program is great, and it's not too difficult to figure out, people will use it. I think to some degree design is overrated. Especially on Windows and Linux, because there's no consistency whatsoever. In the Mac world, that's kind of what I like about Mac. is that you rarely see a badly designed program in on Mac OS, even hobbyist programs. But you also a lot of times have to pay for those fucking small programs. That's why I love the Apple world, is that you know what you're getting. Yes, you're paying a premium, but you rarely will have a bad time. It's like, you know, oh, this is good enough until you actually experience the thing you really want. And a lot of people, a lot of Linux users, if they could afford it and they got a Macintosh, they will love it. Like, I'm not joking here. They will fucking love it. They will have the biggest fucking girl boner, man boner, whatever boner you want to call it on Earth. Because you can go as fucking nerdy nuts with command lines and config files as you can on the Linux. And it's even more intuitive and convenient when you don't want to do it than Windows is. And you don't have to deal with a lot of the fucking, you know, user experience design idiocy that Windows have. You're getting a super clean experience, and you can nerd out to nobody. I should make more nerdy videos about macOS. That's why I can't wait to get that fucking device where I can stream, where I can just plug in my MacBook, and then I can capture the output. That would become so amazing. But yeah, like, ooh. If you can afford it, you know, Mac is a fucking nice place to be. If you're not a gamer. If you're not a gamer. I don't... Yeah, Steam Deck, no. I want one, but I honestly don't think I'm going to use it much. I would probably use... Well, you could also use a Steam Deck if you're a Mac user, yeah. Oh, you're going to love it, man. I really wish you would do it. No, a Steam Deck for streaming? No fucking way, man. No. Oh yeah, PSP games on the Steam Deck could be a good idea, yeah. But yeah, oh man, the new Mac with the M4 chip. I have the Mac Mini version. It's so fucking good, and it's actually a decent gamer. Like, you can play some decent game on it. Yeah. We have people developing an app at work, and they bitch and moan about Android and the Android store. It's just like iOS and the Apple store is just so much nicer to work with. Or develop for. No, if you have an M3 Max, definitely don't upgrade. Unless you... No, just wait. If you have the Max series, I would wait like 2 or 3 gen before I upgrade. Because the M4 base version is not even compatible with the M3 Max. Like, yours is still way more powerful than the M4 base version. And the speed you get from an M4 Pro is not that big. 5 or 6, I will definitely wait, yeah. Like, with anything with Apple, always skip either 1 or 2 generations before upgrading. That's like, if you have like a phone, wait like 1 or 2 releases, and then like every second to third year upgrade. Because then they still hold their value if you want to resell them. and you can still you're still somewhat compatible. You know, like you're not like losing out on too much fucking speed. But if you have an Intel Mac and you're not on the M series yet, you definitely need to get on the M series. Like it's like night and day. Just the battery life. Like my franking banking new AMD laptop cannot touch like an M1 on the battery life. And the M4s are even better with battery life. Like, don't get me wrong, I can sit and develop like for 8 or 9 hours, 8 hours I think, 6 or 8 hours on it, and it starts to get angry at me. I could probably do that for like a day on my MacBook from 2020. Like, this is a brand new fucking laptop with like, not the current gen AMD, but the last gen AMD. And it's just somewhat started, you know, and my MacBook Air only have like 80 or 70% of battery life left in it. Because it's like 5 years old. And it's dead quiet. No fans whatsoever in the air, you know. Yeah, if you're virtual machining, yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing. You know what? Buy a fucking cheap Lenovo. So the Lenovo I have costs the same as a Mac Mini, like the base entry Mac Mini. I will get that. It's like a Ryzen 5 with like 6 core, 12 physical cores, or hyperthreaded cores with hyperthreading. And just use that for virtual machining. And then I will use something like Parsec to then remote into those sessions. So basically have it like a virtualization server, more or less. I used to do that a lot with my gaming PC. So I will use my Mac Mini, and then I will use Parsec to go into my gaming rig and play games. Parsec is so amazing. And if you pay for the subscription, you get super good color accuracy and even less latency. That's what I would do anyway. If it was just virtualization, I would just have like a decent. So I have that AMD, and then I have 32 gigs of RAM in it. I upgraded the RAM, and then I would just boot it up with a lot of VMs, and then use parsecs to, you know. Nope. No, I don't mess with ARM and Linux at the moment. Like I'm, I don't think they are there yet. I don't honestly. They need a lot more. But here's the thing: if I'm already running Mac OS, I don't feel this is. Well, again, this is the thing. When I run Mac OS, I don't feel the need to run Linux. It's only when I came back to Windows here where I started like. I miss the Unix kind of thing, so I run VMs now. When I'm on Mac OS, I don't feel that Linux itch. I still have a old Dell running Ubuntu, but I don't feel that Linux itch. It's only on Windows I do it. But I also really dislike Windows, so. But I do work with Windows, so I kind of have to use it. I opened the thought of moving away from Windows at work, but then we're getting into a lot of Teams issues and yeah, like if you have a 4K monitor, okay, that can do 1080p. And a lot of 4K monitors can do 1080p higher refresh rate than 4K. Mostly 4K would just be 60. But then they can do 1080p 144, for example. There are many of screens out there that can do 1080 and 1440p higher refresh rate and then only 4K in 60. Just Google it. Yeah, that kind of makes sense for that scenario there, yeah. But printers are weird, man. Like, yeah, it's... it's a weird thing. I hate working with printers. No, how the text look is about pixel per inch. So the higher pixels per inch, the more sharper the text will look. So the text on a 1080p screen will look sharper on a 4-inch monitor than a 10-inch monitor, than a 24-inch monitor. But if you go, let's say you use a 1080p resolution on a 10-inch monitor, you probably have to do some upscaling to actually be able to read the text. What makes things sharper is pixel per inch. That's what you should buy a monitor for. You should not buy a monitor for the... If you want a good picture quality, like a good picture density, you should buy pixel per inch, like with that in mind. So higher resolution than the inch of the screen that you need. So if let's say you want a 24-inch monitor, then you would have like a let's say 1440p monitor where you upscale or 40. Yeah, you would run that in 1440p upscaled a little bit. Because the more pixels you have per inch, the nicer and better the screen will look. That's why Apple products look so good. Because they have a high PPI, pixel per inch. Now, running a 4K monitor in 1080p will not give you a better result. No. It's all about PPI. Because then that 4K would have the same PPI as your 1080p monitor. What would make it look better is the quality of the display. So is it an OLED? Does it have HDR? What are the peak brightness? What are the color gamut? What are the color accuracy? And blah, 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 blah. That plays into it. So if you take two identical 1080p screens, you can have one that looks bad and you can have one that looks amazing. Like the color accuracy is better, the dynamic range is better, etc., etc., etc. That can have a super massive impact on what looks better or not. But you have to know, if you want better text, that can be done with dynamic range. It can be done with brightness. It can also be done with PPI. You have to figure out what you want. What PPI do is taking away the jerkiness around the edges. That can make text look better. Depending on how good your sight are, basically. Well, refresh rate is a lot of times also overrated, like nobody's business. First of all, your computer have to sustain that refresh rate consistently. And secondly, at some point, you are just too bad of a gamer to benefiting from high refresh rate. So unless you are like you are playing in a competitive team, anything between 100 and 144 is way enough for you. Even if you're a decent player, you will probably not see many benefits going from 120 to 144. If at all. Yeah, you could play 144, you want 300 plus FPS, yeah, that's useless for you. That's useless. That's useless. 99% of gamers, 144 is like... That's where, like, they are not even good enough to utilizing 144, if I'm being honest. You are not... You will not become a worse gamer by going down in refresh rate. If you're running that high. If you are on that level, you should be competing. Like, you should be sitting somewhere getting hundreds of thousands of dollars for competing. But a lot of people that play Call of Duty, Battlefield, and all that fucking shit, you know, they get tricked into buy these high refresh rate screens because they think that will make them better, or these mouses or keyboards. And if you cannot this is just a rule that, you know, take it a little bit of grain of salt, but if you cannot finish in top 5 in almost every game on average hardware, you will not benefit from any of those peripherals. So you should be able to take like a 30, 60 FPS, E-waste mouse, E-waste keyboard, and you will still finish somewhat in the top 5. Again, you can get into crappy teams and stuff, but you get what I'm coming at here. What refresh rate and mouses and keyboards give you is those extra 5 to 10%. So if you did not have that, you will play 10% better. If even that. They really don't give you that much. They really don't give you that much. Uh, 120 FPS is like this. Like I would say 120 to 144 is this FPS is like the sweet spot. Oh, but TX don't increase your FPSs. That's a lie. Your browser, what browser you use don't increase your unless you're playing a game through the browser. But yeah, I see a lot of people, they go out and spend this like amazing amount of money because I'm going to be a competitive gamer if I only had the right equipment. No. If you cannot be a competitive gamer on average hardware, you are not a competitive gamer on good hardware. Yeah, if you're running a Pentium 4 or something like that, like a 2-core system with like a mouse that has like 1 DPI or something like that. I get you. Probably getting a decent mouse is probably more better than FPSs. And then know your aiming patterns. Like, are you too far ahead of the target? Are you too behind the target? And then you tune in your sensitivity to the way you game. Darkside Phil gave them PC spec recommend. Yeah, his audience have no idea what they're talking about. No fucking idea. That's not a good gaming mouse. Heck, a better internet will probably give you better gaming advantages. how many hours you have in a game don't mean anything. It means nothing. It don't tell anyone how good you are at the game. You can have 1,000,000 hours in a game and still be shit at it. And you can have 1,000 hours and be a genius. Will kill-death ratio just give you a good identifier of how good you are at the situational awareness. If there's a way like accuracy points, if there's any way of measuring that, that would be a good, like how accurate are you with your bullets? I think Battlefield tracks that. So your accuracy will tell you a lot about a gamer. Because you could just be like super bad at a map and or get into super bad lobbies and get a bad KD. But if you are super accurate, like let's say you only misses like 10%, this is super, like most people don't even do this, but let's just pretend that you are like 90% accurate. That means that if you get into the right game and blah blah blah, you probably will survive good enough. And if you learn, map awareness and stuff like that, you'll probably do okay. But if you know everything about the map and you're super aware of your surroundings, but you hit like 1 in 1,000,000 fucking shot, yeah, something is wrong. I should try and get into Persona. Someone in the game was pushing gaming on Linux. Yeah, he's a weird dude. Like you can make 1,000 programs that don't make you a good developer. You can build 1,000 outhouses that don't make you a good outhouse builder, because you can make the same mistakes 1,000 times. No. These people are traveling. They are cycling from one end of Japan to another end. Yeah. Some ordinary gamers, he needs to figure, like, he has like content bipolar, I think you would call it. He can make like an amazing good video, and then the next 5 of them is just like bleh. Get a decent mouse pad, a decent mouse, a decent keyboard, and a decent monitor, and a decent internet connection. And then you start from there, and then you become, when you are in like the top end of the spectrum of the games you play, then you can start to think about upgrading that shit. No, it's not his. No. That's not the problem with him. The problem with him is that he wants to be a nerd, he wants to be a drama guy, he wants to be Mr. Popular, and you cannot do all of those things at the same time. A lot of people use a lot of time their illnesses. So here's a really good like real life example I have when I dealt with someone that basically would not recognize me or talk to me out of certain engagements. Let me put it that way. Or if nobody else was around, they would talk to me. I would be their dancing monkey basically. When they were bored, I was good enough to talk to. And they will use the excuse that they were really bad at typing back on the phone, on Discord. And they will say that while I'm having a conversation with them, answering 10, or not 10, but a text message, 2 Discord messages, trying to figure out, engagement for another job they have and stuff like that. So at some point, I'm not saying things are not connected. But at some point, it becomes a personality problem. You can't blame your mental illness or any illness on anything. Or on everything. Because yes, they can help make things worse. But only if you let them to make things worse. So you can say, oh, I'm tired all the time, therefore I can't do X. You can maybe not do it as much as a normal person, but you can still do it. You know? So, yeah, I kind of hate when people start to use disabilities or health issues to excuse bad behavior. Because most mental health illnesses, don't make you a bad person. They don't make you have bad behavior. You know, if you feel it overwhelming to do something, you may not do it as much as someone that don't have mental illnesses, but you will be able to do it. And there's a big difference of doing it somewhat regularly, or not at all, or regularly. And with some ordinary gamer, I feel a lot of his problems is just him. He just wants to be the cool, you know, he wants to be everything, basically. He wants to be Keemstar, he wants to be LTT, he wants to be everything at the same time. And you can't. You just can't. I've not seen him making that excuse, honestly, but I know he has a lot of defenders out there. Yeah, that's true, Chloe. Nope. Command. But yeah, it's yeah. Like I said, I have dealt with this in person where some people were like use their mental illnesses for an excuse to not engage socially, and I'm just like, at some point it's just a matter of, do you care? Because if you care, you will make the effort. And if, you know, there's this saying, nobody is more busy than someone that don't care. Because no matter how busy you are, it takes 10 seconds to respond to any message. It can be a thumbs up, a heart, I talk later, I'm busy. You know, 10 fucking seconds. And if you can't find 10 seconds for people you care about, I get it, sometimes you just can't, but all the time, or 90% of the time, you don't care about them. You know. Oh, I'm the same, Chloe. I get super angry when they use the disability as an excuse. Yeah. It's one of those. That's one of those things that will trigger a rant like nobody's business for me. Like if I see someone's like, "Oh, it's because I'm X, Y, and Z," I would go, ugh. No, this is why you are like this. Yes, that may help you being more like that. But at some point, you have to fucking take accountability. Like, if you're frontal lobe damage or something like that, I get it. I fucking get it. You know. You're not a shitty person. Stop doing that. Like, you're not a shitty person. I don't think I've ever seen you... Again, I don't know you personally, but... I've never seen you being shitty to someone that didn't deserve it. Oh yeah, the fake Tourette syndrome. Yeah. But yeah, like I will not put you in as that as an example. You always been nice to me, so in my world, that's the only thing that matters. You know, like. But yeah, there's a lot of self-centered people that love to use. Oh, but it's because I'm this and that, and at some point, you just, at some point, it's you, like to the core. And also, a lot of times, I call it princess syndrome because they act like little princesses. And this goes for guys also. I call them, say they have princess syndrome also. That really triggers them. They find it funny. It's, if they have grown up all their life, being used to everything just been handed to them, and they can just be like, they lived off their looks, so they've been like, I call it princess syndrome. Your GitHub repo, and then they shut up, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people with a lot of difficulties get a lot of shit done. They really do. Like, I'm not saying that having problems cannot, make your life super difficult. But if you reach out, you get help, you work on it, you can get a lot of shit done. And what I love the best with people with princess syndrome is how offended and how angry they get when you treat them the same way they treat you. I love it, how angry and how offensive they get when you start to treat them the way they treat you. Then you are the worst person on earth. Like, but I'm just doing the same to you as you do to me. And they just can't see it. Yeah, Chloe, exactly. Who would have thought? The top three things? The community would be the biggest one. Kick out the GNU Foundation. That would be the third one. Just they just the way they function is just batshit crazy. Replace it with something else, and be more cooperative with other licenses. Be more open to work with other licenses, and allow and adapt and understand that the world need all licenses. Open source, well, it really, yeah, it really depends. I kind of want to see your GitHub page now, Chloe. Can you DM it to me in Discord? It can ruin your competitive edge. It can also, to some extent, increase it. If the code is not your competitive edge, but knowledge. Yeah, I will see. I will see if I remember to look at it, Chloe. Yeah, I also have mine private. Yeah, that you see that a lot with almost anything where people feel entitled. Sadly enough. Oh, in one of these videos here, PewDiePie actually explains why he installed Linux. I think it's like the third day or something like that. Hundreds of lines of code. Yeah, Python is really weird like that. I haven't done Python in a long time. Like over a year now, I think. Or close to it anyway. So I'm a little bit rusty with good old Python. I'm thinking about migrating over to Java. Yeah, people want, yeah. Problem solving is the best. I like problem solving. But there's so many programming languages. It's not like... At some point, you just have to pick some. So I like C# for anything Windows. And I used to like Python for just OS universal or non-dependent OS. But Java is just so much better than Python when it comes to security and speed. But like in machine learning and AI, Python is super popular. Well, Python is super popular in general. It's the number one development language right now, I think. Yeah, but safe to learn and safe to use are not the same thing. So Java has a lot of safety built into it with like memory management that Python don't have, and making sure that your code is secure and stuff like that. Um, I don't think Rust will ever take off. Rust would be like what C and C++ is today. It probably would take over C++ and C. So being used for low-level embedded systems. But a lot of people love Python because it's so fast to develop in. But it also gives you a lot of... So one thing I noticed with Python is that if you go big with Python, it's super easy to not... it becomes unmanageable super easy with Python. It just becomes super unmanageable super easy. Where in Java and C#, they kind of not force you, but it's super easy to make modular... build a modular approach. But in Python, it's a little bit like... like if I'm just making like a small little like one button, one entry kind of program, yeah, I would probably just go Python. Yeah, but what of that is that Python or C? Because most plugins for Python are done in C, and Python is just the translator basically. Yeah, Chloe, go do your thing. Go out and be awesome. Oh, they're calling Iron Mouse now. A lot of people like web development because it's so straightforward. And it's kind of also like everything is web-based nowadays. Because if you know web development, you can do like Electron apps. You can make a lot of uh, desktop apps with web technologies. And a lot of things are being web-based nowadays anyway, so. Well, coding is everything and nothing. It depends on what you want for coding. It totally depends on what your interest is. Yeah, so Electron means that you can make like a so Discord is an Electron app that's using HTML and JavaScripting in the backend. But it's not good for complex programs and stuff like that, like super complex programs. But coding, it means anything from coding, embedded system to kernel level design, to making a Twitter app, or coding a web page. What you should ask yourself is, what do I want to make? You know, do I want to make houses, apartment complexes, outhouses? You know, what do you like to code? Am I a front end, back end, full stack thingy? What do I like? That's more important than should I focus on X, Y, and Z technology? Because then when you figure out what you like, then you just choose the most popular technology in that field. It kind of makes a decision for you. So when you know what you like, you already know what to learn. So the difference between coding languages is it's like language in general. You know, some minds are more attuned to some languages, like in real life. Some just like how. So for me, C++ is just intuitive. Out even when I didn't know what I was looking at, I could make sense of it. Some people can't. You know, and I'm not saying they all can do the same, but they also all can. But not. It depends a little bit on what you're going for. But it's just like speaking a language, like a physical, real language. So if you are, going to Spain, probably should not learn, I don't know, Farsi or something like that, and use that down there. You learn Spanish or English. And then that's it. You know. That's it. And depending on what kind of things you want to do, then one language design is probably more what you would call suited for it than other ones. It depends on what you want to do or where you work. You know, like because when you get a job, well, all of those things are kind of decided for you. What are the other developers' language they use? What do the company want you to code in? You know, all of those things are more or less decided for you from the get-go. Gaming is super weird to get into. So gaming is a lot of time is done in C plus C sharp or C plus plus, and it's like I would not want anyone I know that I cared about to become a game developer unless they do it on their own. Don't work for any gaming company. It's the most underpaying job you can get in coding. It's the most unappreciated job you can get in coding. It's the most unstable job you can get in coding. And it's the hardest job to get hired in coding. It's like a unicorn job. So, for people that want to be game designers, I would be like, get a corporate job, you know, make a lot of money, and then become a game developer on your spare time. I will not use Python as a gaming engine whatsoever. I will use Python as a proof of concept. But using Python, I know it can be done, and there's some great libraries, but I will stay away from it as much as possible for gaming. But if you're going Unity, you're going C Sharp. If you're going, what is it called? Unreal, I think that's C++. That are like the premier languages there. Oh, gaming is like the worst. You'll go to work many, many hours for no pay and getting super underappreciated. You have to remember gaming, like the gaming world, the gaming companies, has been taken over by MBAs. So gaming companies are run by the numbers. So all they care about is how much code can you produce that is efficient and working than your next person. Gaming companies are run like production companies. Minimum amount of money spent for maximum output. Unless you find an indie game developer and stuff like that. But it's getting into those good jobs in gaming is even harder than getting a bad gaming job. Because everyone wants to be a game developer. If you bitch and moan, there are hundreds of thousands of other people that want your job. And they're willing to work more and get paid less. But if you really want to make an impact in the gaming community, make your own game. Or work with some other of your friends to make a game. And then take a corporate job that pays you way more than you would get if you were working for a gaming company. Probably better benefits, more free time, you know. Coca-Cola, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Perfect operating systems don't exist. But yeah, I would not recommend gaming development for anyone I know. Almost any, almost everyone I see talking about being a game developer for a big corporation always have bad things to say about it. or there is like a massive underlying tone of, yeah, it was great. I got a lot of money, maybe not money. Snow Lion. Well, that was a good one, yeah. She Snow Lion. That was the first ever macOS version I paid for. Mr. Lion. It's a macOS release. Boom, boom. Yeah, the gaming world is fucked. Unless you do it on your own. It's fucked. And there's a lot of indie developers that are as bad, you know. Oh yes, I kind of like Sierra and High Sierra also. Yeah, yep. You guys make me want to boot up my Mac OS, my Mac Mini again. I'm going to stalk Vossi for that now. Be laying in the bushes with my Snow Lion. Yeah, the Mac Mini is a beast of a fucking computer. And it takes no space. No fucking space. You know. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, portability and desktop power. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I got mine when it got released. It's the first ever Apple product I pre-ordered was that Mac Mini M4. The first ever. I think it's the first ever tech product I pre-ordered. That I paid for before it was released. I still have an M2 laying around I don't use. I don't know what to do with. I kind of want to use it for something, but I don't know what. Maybe a Plex server or something. I don't know. Maybe another NAS. I have no idea. Nah, I don't want to taint it with Linux. Yeah, my dick would probably get on it, yeah. It's a beast, man. The M4 is like... I would say the M1 was like... The M1 just fucking shocked the world. The M2 was just like a little bit better M1. The M3 I felt was just like a meh product. Unless you go Max and Pro. But the M4 is like what all the other ones should have been. It's like M1 all over again. Like if I started with an M1, I would probably not upgrade until this time here, M4. Because the M2 and M3 was not super much better than the M1. But the M4 was just like leaps and bounds ahead of it. Or not leaps and bounds, but it's a significant jump. And it got 16 gigs as a standard, yeah. Mostly because of the fucking AI bullshit. But they disable a lot of the AI because Apple really dropped the ball on Apple Intelligence. Like, it's so bad. So they reverse back to Siri again. Oh yeah, they definitely have done that. I've been again. Linux people are just fucking Linux people, man. Or Mac Minis. I love iPads. I had an iPad Touch back in the day, also. Yeah. I am thinking about getting an Android phone though. I really like the Nothing phones. But I kind of don't want to, like, that's the thing with Apple. Android, after 2 years, they start to feel old. You know, they start to feel old. Android phones after 2 years. An iPhone after 2 or 3 years don't feel old at all. You know. But when I run Android phones, I feel like I have to update upgrade every second year. Or else I'm just like, it just starts to feel old. But with the iPhones, I never had that issue. Every time I had an iPhone, I always had it for about 4 years or something like that. Yeah, but you probably can't. You probably are super unsecure on it. It probably have not gotten security updates for the last 4 years. Most Android phones, especially cheap ones, get 2 years system updates and 2 years security updates. That means that after those 2 years, you don't get any bug fixes and blah 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 blah, and you don't get any security updates. So you could be running a super unsecure device, and that's probably why it feels super fast, because it's not gotten any real updates for like 3 or 4 years. Yeah, but that's only command. That's only phones from 2023 and up. 23 and up. So if you bought your phone before 2023, you don't get that. So that's the thing with Android phones. You have to be really, like, you have to really look into what update cycle they are on. Yeah, it's a lot of people don't think about that. And I think the average lifespan of an iPhone, like where it gets security updates, is like 10 years or something like that. And 6 or 7 out of those, it will also get iOS updates. And you can kinda, I can kinda live with not getting OS updates, but I want security updates. Because, well, it's security updates. I don't mind being on older versions of the OS if I can still get security updates. The Light Phone 3. Never heard about that one. I do like the Nothing phones. Like, if I'm going Android, I'm buying a Nothing phone. And the only reason why I'm thinking about going Android is just because I think iPhones are superly over expensive for what they are. Yeah, Jinx, I'm still going on. I'm hitting my fastback. I need to situate myself a little bit better here. You come late. That's what I tell all the ladies. I come late. Yeah, you missed me making a fool out of someone. I wish I had a Windows phone. I actually really, really wanted a Windows phone. Honestly, I really, really did. Yeah, you should probably upgrade that one. I think that got like I think that only got like 4 years of security updates. HTC M8. I was looking at a Nokia. A Nokia. Windows phone. Yeah, it probably did, yeah. It probably did, yeah. Blue cone! Yeah, February, so a few years ago, yeah. Nokia in the 90s was fucking bows, man. They were fucking the bee's knees. We don't have that in Denmark. Like, Burger King in Denmark are so fucking bare bone. And super expensive. So if you want to fly me to Spain, I will buy your Whopper dinner menu. And then you can teach me Polish at the same time. But yeah, we don't get any good shit in Burger King other than the normal, standard shit they have everywhere else. And then it's like massive expensive. Compared to McDonald's and all the other places. Aztegefühl, yeah. I have no idea what that is. Kali Linux on your phone, oh god. I love networking. What am I looking at? Oh! There you go, Chloe. Vertical monitors are fucking amazing for coding. Who is Rizzy? So one of the guys that are cycling is an anime voice actor, I think. Jinx Chloe is outside. Oh, Burger. Oh, nice. Yeah, I do prefer Burger King. It's just too expensive in Denmark, sadly enough. Yeah, Chloe left us like 30 minutes ago, Jinx. She has to do her adult thingies. Oh, nice. Pride Court. What does I and A plus stand for in LGBT? They almost have the whole alphabet in that name nowadays. They keep adding and subtracting from it. I never had Wendy's. Wendy's, we don't have that over here. At least not in Denmark. Yeah, here Burger King is like twice the price of McDonald's almost. Intersex. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. What does the A stands for? Asexual? Yeah, I'm not joking here. On average, it's almost like double the price of McDonald's in Denmark. Yeah, asexual. Okay, that makes sense then. Why is this here up here not updating? This should be, for aromatic. A lot of sexual. I love that. I don't know. I can't compare. I never had Burger King from other places, so I cannot say if it's good or bad. I do know that your small sizes is our big sizes. So if you go into McDonald's in Denmark and order a big menu, that's your small size in the state. That would probably be why, yeah. Like if I lived in the United States of Freedom, I would probably weigh like a fucking metric ton by now. Okay, so it's better. Okay, gotcha, Asbjørn. I kind of want to move to like Portugal or something like that. Like I'm a little bit fed up of living here in Denmark, to be honest. Yeah, can 600 pound life. Yeah. I asked my boss if he could open a division in a tropical climate so I could move in there and help. The politics, the weather, the people. We become too American. Too everything is about what phone you have, what house you have, what car you have, and what political identity you align with, and all that fucking bullshit. We become too Americanized. Way too Americanized. So superficial. So much superficialness going on. And every time I talk to people from Asia and stuff like that, I just see how Americanized we have gotten. Yeah, but I honestly, if I could, I would move to like Japan or Malaysia. I really would love to move to Malaysia. You know. Malaysia, maybe the Philippines, some Asian country, you know. Because they still have that, like, family matter. Like, they just have a more common fucking sense to life than we have right now. Yeah, we need to, or we could start our own corporate jinx. Oh yeah, yeah, I hear that Japan has some weird laws with cannabis. Yeah. But hey, Voss, you could just say I'm too sexy for you to put me in jail, and they won't do it. Bears, I have no idea how the Dutch feel about bears. Bali, I hear Bali's super overrated. I know some people that live down there that I talk to regularly. South Korea is kind of hell, yeah. It worked before, yeah. Yeah, I hear that Portugal has a lot of issues, yeah. Yeah, South Korea seems to be too westernized, yeah. No, I just want to live in a place where a man can be a man, a woman can be a woman, or whatever the fuck you want to be, and it's not like pushed on you from the top, or, just be who the fuck you want to be. Without you have to, go into like massive political debates about everything and everyone. Like, I want to just go to Starbucks or McDonald's and get a coffee without having to, like, look and see what I can say in here without, offending the whole fucking world. Or should we have, like, a massive debate about gender equality while I'm ordering my cafe latte? Like, in Asia, they just keep to themselves. I like that. If only, Jinx, if only, Jinx. Sadly, I think I would probably be pushing people or not pushing, scaring girls away. Apparently, that's the effect I have on Danish women. Because like I said, they are so, like, it's like, can you handle my womanhood and my womanly powers? And like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, is my female energy too much for you? What? What the fuck? What the what? Just is my manly energy too? You cannot say that. That's my sadistic. you know, they just go like, if you're a straight heterosexual guy, I feel like I'm fucking, like, I'm I'm like a deer in hunting season for a lot of women here in Denmark. You're a straight white guy. Let me tell you everything that's wrong with you. Okay, so I happen to be born straight, white, and somehow that's my fault. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, just everyone is fucking welcome. I don't care. I don't care. You know, take your fucking clothes off and fuck a fucking midget. I don't care. Fuck the fucking couch. Go nuts. I don't care. If that's what you want, just, you know. If you want to lick Lamer's butthole, lick Lamer's butthole. I don't care. And we don't have to have a massive talk about why I don't care or why I should care or why, if I'm not aroused about you fucking the midget, that I'm a bad person. Just do whatever the fuck you want. Just go nuts. I just, like, oh. Lad dem do done here. Portuguese should not be super strange from Spain, should it? Exactly, Sparky. Yeah. I hate that fucking sentence. Oh, I will definitely move to Night City, Jinx. But only if you all are coming with me. We could take over Night City. Yeah, dating is fucking weird, man. Yeah, we are definitely falling behind, yeah. In Japanese? Hey, talk nice to Jinx, I will kick your butt. Oh, New Zealand would not be bad, yeah. But I hear New Zealand and Australia's getting the American treatment also. Okay, Asbjørn, I thought that, yeah. Okay, Jinx, got you, yeah. I just feel like I can't be myself in Denmark anymore without I have to make, I have to say I'm sorry, you know? I'm sorry I like a steak, and a beer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I like a good ass and titties. I'm sorry, like, I wish I liked cock also, but hey, well, I haven't dated any, you know, trans people, so I can't say that, but I don't like guys, that's for sure. You know? It's okay, you can be abducted. Well, I just feel like it's such bullshit, you know? Asbjørn, it's creeping into the corporate world so fucking much. You think it's like outside, like when you like if you're out, socializing with friends and you're just having a barbecue, it's not that bad. But in educational systems, in like government places, and in the corporate world, it's super fucking starting to creep in super fast. And when it comes in there, it migrates over to like your leisure life super fast, like super fast. Desperado best beer. Yep. My sexuality is fried egg rice. Oh, that sounds so good. Jinx, I had sushi today. Yeah, this was actually really good sushi, yeah. And not too expensive either. I actually felt like I got a good amount for the money I paid. And wasabi! That was fucking hot though. I have no idea what they were called. Like they had like a menu with like 18 and I just ordered one of them and it was like, I definitely getting that again. But I hear nothing beats like Japanese sushi, like if you get it from Asia. with like proper fresh fish and stuff like that. Sushi is somewhat popular in Denmark, yeah. I've always been fascinated with Asia. Like, that's why I started to learn martial arts when I was a teenager. Always been fascinated with I was probably what you would call a weeb before it was even called a weeb. Snaps. Yeah, all the cringe sweeps, yeah, yeah. Had I known how easy it was to get to Japan, I would probably have done it. The true one? No, God, no. No, 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 no. Oblivion. Yeah, 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 go do your thing. I do miss talking to you, boss. Like, I really fucking do miss talking to you. I wish we could talk some more. But go do your thing. Go do your amazing things. Argus Pit? I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, and I have your channel. So I will subscribe when I'm done streaming. Beer and meat, beer not pizza. Pizza, fuck. That's true, Asbjørn, yeah. I'm just tired of Denmark, the Danish mentality, and you know, like... Oh, Oblivion is out? God damn it, I need that game then. Oh yeah, we can buy a place in Africa, yeah. It did get released today. Yeah. She's starting a new channel. We will take over the countries. How much is it? I want it now. Yeah. I'm just looking at the page right now. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm getting this next time I'm getting paid. Not at all, Command. Just link it again, Rossi. Just link it up again if you want to. Oh, I'm so getting this game. I know what I'm going to play all next week. $32 gig of RAM. Whoa. Yeah. Touch Mr. Remaster. Yeah. Oh, chicken nuggets. That's good. That's good. Oh, I want the game. I can ride a horse. Oh, my body at work, he's going mental over this. Nah, I only really like the first two releases of Doom. The other ones kinda sucked. Two sets of horse armor. Where's Steam? Oh, I may just a little bit in my pants. Add to wish list. Ooh, we just talked about it at work today, funny enough. A wolf elf. That actually sounds super. Yeah. Yeah, I never played it. Like, I never played it. Morrowind, I played for like 10 minutes, I think. And then I didn't play any Elder Scrolls until Skyrim. But I might as well just sub to you now. The subscribees. Oh, really? Nice. That could be a good video, though. Like, that could be a good, like, let's play. You need one of those composite to HDMI converters. Yeah, Cody, just do whatever. Yeah, I miss a good RPG, to be honest. I started. I never played. Well, I played it, but I never finished Dragon Age. What is it called? The one with the third one. What is it called? Inquisition. I kind of want to finish that because it's not too bad of a Dragon Age game. But should I buy it for PC or PlayStation? That's the next question. Or should I be a boss and buy it for both? Just waste money. The Spanish Inquisition, no. Yeah. Yeah, I heard a lot about the Disco Elysium, yeah. Yeah, I'm probably not getting a Steam Deck, Namer. I will probably just save that money up for getting like a MacBook Air or something like that. But first I need a new office chair, and then I need the fuck this. I can't remember the other thing I need. I have a list. Oh yeah, I want like a Macintosh compatible mechanical keyboard. And the GameCube. Yeah, my chair is really bad. It's like noisy as fuck. What country should we take over? How are you? Decent. This would be good. Yeah, I've been needing a new office chair for like over a year now. Yeah, China. Yeah, I do like China. They really got the short end with their fucking government. And they have great food, great people. They are ahead. Like, they are fucking ahead when it comes to technology, though. Like, oh yeah, I never believed in, like, claiming the people for what the government do. If you then choose to help enforce a lot of those things, I will judge you on that. Like, if you're sucking cock of all the government employees and the party members, then yeah. You can sucky sucky. Well, Ukraine used to be like one of the most corrupt countries in the EU. So, you know. Yeah, exactly, Asbjørn. Well, Europe then. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Is it called Alpha Art, the car? This is a really weird name. I'm playing a lot of Gran Turismo lately, though. I'm also thinking about starting up a gaming stream once in a while. Montana! I hear it's super beautiful in Montana. Montana. But what What state is Yellowstone in? I can't fucking remember that now. I always wanted to move to Colorado. They're super beautiful there. And the people seem to be somewhat sane compared to the rest of the states. And they have a lot of horses. I like horses. Like, is his stomach exploding? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, Colorado. I always been fascinated with Colorado. I always loved it. I used to be a massive Denver Broncos fan. I used to watch a lot of their football games. Washington has been super fucking infected with the social justice warriors and shit like that. The same with Oregon. You will definitely not like. Minnesota's also super liberal. Yeah, Washington is going downhill fast. The same with the Seattle is in. Yeah. What the fuck is the other one? So California is going downhill. Washington, Oregon, Minnesota, kind of getting there. Oh, what is the other one? I think those are the worst of the worst. True. Illinois, yeah. I don't hear so much about them. No. Those are like the states infested with social justice warriors and shit like that. Like, I would, like, Colorado, Tennessee, Texas. I would love to live in Texas. But Colorado, Texas is probably my big two favorites. And then it would be like Tennessee and either one of the Carolinas. Or Georgia. But there's just something about Texas and Colorado that just speaks to me. That whole, like, farmer mentality, and I don't mind rednecks. I don't mind them. I like farmers. Farmer boys. Girls. Tennessee would not be bad, to be honest. Georgia, Carolina. Dakota. Maybe, yeah. South Dakota. What is the other one? I hear a lot of positive things about Arkansas. Yeah, I can kind of see what you're coming at, but I would technically I'm a redneck, you know. That's kind of the culture. I grew up most of my life, you know, out on the boons, you know, on a farm, doing farm work and stuff like that, and being around those kind of people. And they can be obnoxious. I get it. Yeah. Not really, as but there are something it is a thing. It is a thing. And funny enough, it has its roots in Marxism. It's funny enough. And I honestly also think that it's Russia's way of destabilizing countries. If you're going super conspiracy, you know, conspiracy theorizing here. country boy, yeah. I like the country people, farmers and stuff like that. I think city people have gotten too, they're too full of themselves, to be honest. Look, I'm a CEO, I run this upstart, I'm at Starbucks, someone looked at me funny. Like they just up their own ass too much, in my opinion. It's everything is about them. They just need to get out in nature and do some fucking hard work for once. Yeah, yeah, that's what I've heard, yeah. Washington used to be, be like that, yeah. Well, a lot of, like, the northern countries close to Canada used to be a lot of loggers and whatnot. I wear boots all the time. I wear Australian working boots all the time. I love them. Best fucking pair of shoes I ever had. I had them for 2 years now, and you can barely see that I used them. It's real leather, so you have to shine them once in a while, but amazing fucking shoes. And I have cargo pants. Aspen is not that bad. The problem with Aspen Gold is that he's actually right most of the time. But people don't like that. Because the things he's right about makes the rest of the world look, well, stupid. But he actually knows what the fuck he's talking about. Dana boots, I don't... With Asmongold, is he pretty retarded? No, he's not. He's not retarded. I don't particularly like him as a person. But almost every fucking thing he says end up being somewhat right at the end. Yeah, he's not a good role model. He is too self-centered. He's probably super autistic. He's not a no. Aspen is at best a liberal centrist. That's where his stance is. You love the autist. Yeah. No, he's not mega at all. At all. At fucking all. No. He hates them. Like, he's more liberal than he's mega. It's the same with Joe Rogan. A lot of people think Joe Rogan is a mega guy. He's not. He's a liberal centrist also. If I remember how the parties are in the States, I get a little bit confused. Because they're a little bit... but just, like, I talk positive about Trump, I also talk positive and negative about the Democrats. Just because this is now we're going into the Linux mentality, where you can't say anything good about the enemy. You can't say, or the other people. You can't say anything bad about our way. He's just being realistic. Yeah, Rogan probably helped Trump. Or at least, he had, yeah. No. Asmon shits on the mega people also. It's just, like, if you actually watch his streams and you watch his VODs, he actually shits on everyone. like, it's not just the Dems, he shits on everyone. He shits on anyone that do crazy shit. And at the moment, sadly enough, the Democrats do a lot of crazy shit. But he's an equal shit talker. You know, he shits just as much on the MAGA people as he do on, like, when he did the whole rain the capital shit, he gave them shit for that, you know. But the thing is, in the news, it's not about who does 10 times more crazy. Like, honestly, looking from Europe, watching at the States, the Democrats seems like the crazy fucking people. They honestly do. Trump is a crazy ass motherfucker, don't get me wrong. But the way that the Democrats, just in almost any fucking scenario whatsoever, like they do a lot of shit for the sake of doing it to look good instead of doing it for what is it called? Like thinking logically. It looks like with the Dems, it's all about virtue signaling to the high heavens and back. At least somehow the Republicans kind of want to be somewhat, you know, let's get some data behind things, let's research things, let's look at it a little bit with like a logical mind. Oh yeah, he's bad with the economy, don't get me wrong. All the tariff shit is bad, don't get me fucking wrong. Like, we're bitching and moaning at it here in Denmark all the time. Don't fucking get me wrong about that. But the Dems really fucked this election cycle up. Like, they should not have made this, whatever the fuck her name is. That was just a diversity hire, in my opinion. She was definitely not qualified, and Biden, I don't even think he would stand up and pee anymore. Like, under Biden, you guys looked really fucking bad. Like, I'm not joking. I will not say she's smart and more qualified. Nope. Both of those people should not have been running for election. She's definitely not smarter. Trump outclassed her in every fucking... Well, not every, in most debates. And Kamala, what her name is, turned down almost any open debates where she couldn't get the questions beforehand. Trump did not. And in my humble opinion, people that only want to debate when you know the questions, that don't sound like something good, you know. And none of those two people were qualified to run. Trump, nope. Her, nope. I think the Dems would have fucked up the country, maybe not as much, but close to it if they won. You guys are in a really bad situation. You have a system that kind of don't work. She's not more qualified. What makes her more qualified? Titties? No. Like I said, you guys are in a really, 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 really... Just because you're a lawyer don't mean that you know what the fuck you're doing. You know, like... If we should look at it as a business, Trump has made more money than she has. So if you want business advice, you go with the one that's made more businesses. You know, that made more money. But yeah, like I said, you guys are in a really... You have a system that don't work. You have a society that's not united. Government is a business. It is a business. Or part of it is a business. Not all of it, but part of it is a business. Because if you run it only as a business or not as a business, it will fail. But anyway, you have a system that don't work. You have two parties where the main goal is not to do good, but to fight each other. So you basically have civil war without guns. You have two parties where the main interest is to point fingers, laugh, or ridicule, and fight each other, instead of actually finding fucking good things to do. And I do watch a lot of your Senate hearings and all that fucking shit that is publicly on YouTube. And some of the people that are being elected into power positions is just like, what the fuck are you doing here? Where was I with my thought? Yeah, you have a broken system. You have crazy people getting going up for election. I think all since Obama, I think it went downhill. Like Obama was like he's the president that killed more people with drones. And like he's a bad fucking president. But he was like the last one where I could be like, yeah, I can kind of, I kind of get it. He was a statesman. I kind of get it. Ever since him, it just went fucking downhill. And ever since him, your country's never been more fucking, what is it called? Non-united. If that's a word. Because here's the thing. And I think a lot of Americans don't see this. Biden didn't get much done. And getting shit done and doing the right things are two different things. No. You're not, again, you guys are in the thick of it. You don't see it objectively. Like, you honestly, you don't. And that's why when I see a lot of the political things going on in the States, I rarely listen to people from the States. Because you're already tainted. You've already been put into those boxes. Sadly enough. You guys, are so unobjective that it's not even funny. And right now, for a lot of people outside of the United States, you all look like monkeys running around throwing shit at each other. And I don't care who the president are. I don't. But that's how you look like. Like, instead of sitting here and shitting on Trump, find something good to say about him. Because he has done good shit. You have the nukes. I don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. We know that. We know that if you want to be the dumb monkeys with the nukes, you can do. Well, I kind of like that men can compete in women's sports and beat up women. I kind of like that. I don't want, if I get like a daughter, I don't want to see her, if I was living over there, I don't want to see her getting beat up by a 35-year-old that wants to be a woman tomorrow just so she can get a trophy. Like, she can identify as she will. I will support that fucking shit. Don't put her into, don't let her fight, No, that's not what I'm saying. People can do whatever they want. They can identify whatever the fuck they want. But if I call myself fucking Josephine today, and you put me in with a 13-year-old or an 18-year-old, I'll beat their fucking ass. That's just physics we're talking. I don't care what you do, who you are, who you fuck, who you suck, how you dress like. Heck, I'll probably even fuck you. I don't know. But don't fool fucking science, And there's so many evidence of men doing this. Where they go into women's sports to dominating it. Yeah, but you won't beat. Again, if you cannot see the evidence and the science that's in there, I know HCR is science, but it don't say that if I take estrogen for 5 years, I will eradicate 20 years of testosterone. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. But anyway, like I said, these are the things that, like, if you put that into, like, a table with scientists with no fucking political leaning, a lot of this bullshit will be crazy. And it is crazy. It is bullshit. Heck, if here's the thing, I will make it even better. Let's not have any gender-defining sports. Everyone competes with everyone. Problem solved. It's that simple. Problem solved. Let's do that. Because that's what we are saying, that gender don't matter. So if it don't matter, or sex or whatever the fuck you call it, let's just not have any defining women, whatever. You know. Mm-hmm. Most of the time, the trans women don't win. I don't know what that means. So, I don't know what that means. Like, yeah, if I called myself Josephine today and I was competing against a fucking fit 35-year-old, they will of course win. But if I was in peak shape and I was fighting another one in peak shape, I would definitely fucking win. So I don't know what that statistic means. I need to see the paper on it. I don't know. I don't know how many have they tested. Only the top 5%, or anyone from high school to the Olympics. How many have been in the Olympics? How many has... No. You're putting words into my mouth. I said I want more evidence. How many has been in the Olympics? How many? Thanks, Scooby. How many? And what categories? Yeah, I don't want... Again, I don't want a 35-year-old man to beat up a 30-year-old girl. That's just how it is. If you're a 35-year-old or a 30-year-old man and you convert tomorrow and then that allows you to compete in women's sports, I'm not okay with that. If you converted or found your true self when you were like 15 and you've been on HTR since you were 15, that's another debate. Then we can have another debate. But the problem is that it just makes no sense that a guy can then, let's say 30 years old and next year he's like beating up women. That makes no sense. No, you have no. So here's the thing: have I called you a liberal nutcase? No. No. People have. Let's say there's 5 years. Let's say they convert 30 and they start to compete at 35. What about the swimmer that was in high school that lost all the guys' competition, went over to the women's team and won everything? What about the pro strongman or deadlift or what the fuck he was, that transitioned for like a week to compete in women's sports and won all the fucking competition? And also, don't call me names. I'm not calling you names. That's ignorant. That's low IQ. And that's something people do that don't have a good argument. Okay? I am not calling you any names. I'm trying to be respectful here. I just named, you said there were no example of people transitioning just to compete. I just named like 3. There was 1 or 2 in the UK that did it not long time ago. Then there was like the swimmer. Didn't someone got? There was someone with a boxing match that got. Was that not in this Olympic where someone in the boxing match lost their match because of something with hormones or something like that? Or am I mistaken here? What the fuck was it? But on Fox and you, no, it was like. When was that Olympic where they did the whole fucking kangaroo dance with that break dancer? No. I'm not saying everyone did it. I'm saying there have been people doing it. There's, again, you putting words into my... Yeah, the Australian girl that did the whole fucking kangaroo thingy, yeah. I think under that, there was a girl that lost her boxing title or something like that. I'm sitting here and giving you proof, the same like you're doing to me. I'm giving you examples. But you don't like what I'm saying, so therefore I am X, Y, and Z, and I don't blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know. I said, I think. Listen to my words. I think there was a boxer that lost something. No, but they prove a point. That if someone can exploit the system, they will. And until we have better systems in place, we don't do it. Because if you can transition tomorrow and compete in women's sports, that's a problem. Can we agree on that? If I can transition tomorrow, this is not hate. You have no idea what my hate or love towards trans women or people in that nature. But again, can we all agree upon that? If I transition tomorrow, that would be a problem. If I was a fit, strong, healthy boy, you know. Let's start from day one. We will all agree that that's a problem. Okay? We need to figure out, which we have not done yet. We need to figure out where's the cutoff line. Should they have been on HRT for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years before we can say, okay, they have no beneficial or benefits of being previously a man. That data needs to be figured out. That we need to figure that one out. But that's not how it is today. And until we figure that one out, why not protect the women until we figure that one out? I am not against anyone competing against anyone if we can prove that nobody has a benefit. That's why we don't do doping in a lot of sports, okay? If I was a fit, healthy man already competing, and if I transition tomorrow, this has happened. This has happened. No, but another thing, another easy way of dealing with this, merge them all together. The standards are not in place in a lot of sports. Like I said, or in a lot of places, like I said, there are evidence, there are people that have done this to highlight this problem, both in Europe and in the States, where they have, just for the fun of it, transitioned for a weekend to compete in weightlifting or in whatever fucking categories they are, you know. But here's the thing, let's just merge it all together. That would remove every fucking, that would remove any doubts. Women, men, trans, aliens, compete with each other. They did. And again, it's stupid, it's meaningless. Well, I'll not say it's meaningless, but it's stupid. And it's yeah, what can I say? But it kind of highlights a problem we have, okay? But I'm fine. I am, as a man, I don't mind competing with women. I don't. Are there women out there that can beat men? Probably. Can the majority of women beat men? Probably not. But I don't give a fuck. If a girl wants to be beaten up by a man, yeah. You know, like, just merge them all together. Women's, men's, badminton, don't give a fuck. Merge it together. Because that's basically what we're saying here. That physical stuff don't matter. Even with, like, hormone therapy. So, who gives a fuck? You know, but if a woman can dope, men can dope. Heck, for fuck's sake, only let women dope. But if I transition to a woman, can I then dope also? If I identify as a woman? What are the rules there? Or is it genetic based? You know, what are the rules? But yeah, just merge it all together. This will solve everything. Merge it all together. But then don't bitch and moan if most women is basically non-representative in a lot of physical aspects. There will be a lot of guys not, you know... No, I'm not... No, this has nothing to do with economy. Nothing to do with economy. Nothing at all to do with economy. We are not talking economy. How do this have any impact on economy? I don't see you're taxing. They are trolling. No. They are not trolling. Well, so was Kamala, what the fuck her name is, was a shit choice. Like, there's a lot of evidence that she was drunk most of the time she was fucking doing her shit. Which I don't know if I believe or not. But here's the thing. You can get 90% shit, or you can get 89% shit. You will still be fucked. Okay? I said I don't know. There is evidence for it, and it looks like it, but I don't know. I don't know. She could have had some other medical issues. I don't know. But she definitely did not talk like, you know, she was there. No. It will not be... You guys would not have been that much better off with her. Because here's how it is. You may be better off with her than with Trump, but then there's other people that would be worse off with her than with Trump. And the thing is, a lot of people that think that Harris was better are people that would benefit for her being the president. A lot of people that think Trump is better are people that will benefit for him being the president. That's what I'm saying. You guys are in a massive fucking schoolyard battle about who dads have the biggest dick, or who mom has the biggest titties, or who can piss the longest. And you're all only supporting the one that are benefiting you and your situation the most. And I'm saying, if you look at it as like the whole of the states, like all of the, like trans, not trans, gay, not gay, whatever the fuck it is. The terrorists are fucking, yeah, he fucked that up royally, yeah. But I will not say, like, as a whole, the states as a whole, because it was already fucked up when Biden was in there. And let's be honest, when Biden was president, Harris was basically running the country. And it was not looking good. Who fucked up abortion? Who of them? I don't know. I don't follow the abortion debate that much. Trump, yeah, I don't. I'm not saying he's a good fucking president. I'm just saying, like, he no matter who the fuck you want, there will be problems. Because your system is broken. Your system is broken. You are too... My point here is, you are too focused on hating Trump than actually seeing the fucking problem. And that is the system is broken. You have too little choice. That's the problem. There are too few people to choose from. Being only two. No, I will say honestly, as a whole, I think here's why I think you say 20 over 99% shit. Is that your life right now with Harris will probably only be 20% influenced over 99%, where other people's life would be influenced in another way. If we look at America as a whole, I think it's closer than you think. I do believe that you probably would have been a little bit better off with Harris. A little bit. But not much more. I think the economy will still be shit, because the economy is shit all over the world. Okay? Better is better. That's like saying, like, I don't like genocide, but I approve of mass rapes. You know. We can't look at it like that. We just can't. That's no. The way you guys handled COVID was the worst fucking thing ever. It was the worst fucking bullshit ever. Look at Sweden. Like, even Denmark handled COVID massively bad. Like, it's... Yeah, like most countries handle COVID super fucking bad. Let's be honest here. It was overblown, it was overhyped. Or not overhyped, but overblown, overexaggerated. It was a lot of fear-mongering from the news and the governments, and a lot of fucking... Like... Was it Trump that approved the vaccines? Worst thing to ever happen in life. Whoever approved those vaccines should be fucking jailed. Again, this is the problem I have with America. They can only look at things with American eyes, and I kind of get that. But again, I'm trying to say, you guys, or girls, or however the fuck America wants to, you the people, look like monkeys running around in a closed fucking confinement, fighting each other and throwing shit everywhere, mingling in other people's businesses, and think you're hot shit. Like, honestly, I'm not blaming the citizens, I'm blaming the government. Okay? We don't live the politics. The problem with America is that they think that that nobody knows what they are doing because we are not there, when American politics is world politics. That's it. Like, everything you guys do is world politics. You can't fart without fucking everyone talking about it. That's the problem. We over here in EU, unless it's the European government, like the individual countries, can't fart without anyone know it. Just like what you do in Montana or Colorado or Texas, for the most part, we don't hear much about over here either. But what you do as a country, it's world news every time you do something. It's not like like I said, like you fucking, you guys stream your fucking Senate hearings and stuff like that. It's not super hard to get informed about American politics. Like, it's really not that hard. I don't know why, but a lot of people just don't think that people want to do it. And here's the thing, most of people outside of the States don't listen to Asmongold or Fox News or NMSNBC or anything like that. They don't. But they all, but what I think a lot of what the fuck is the right word? The us versus them people. Sky News. That's because Sky News used to be different. No, I think you mean what is it called? MSN. What is it called? CNN. I think it's the closest to American TV that we kind of listen to. But what CNN shows in the rest of the world versus the States, two different channels, by the way. CNN don't show the same outside of US as they do in the US. What the fuck was I on about? Think. Oh yeah, this idea that everyone outside of the United States are clueless fucking idiots. And you guys have it figured out. And oh yeah, you guys are in this us versus them boat. That is what's coming to Europe. And that's why I don't like Europe. Because we used to be able to disagree with each other and still do things together. That used to be how we did here. Yes, we disagree. We figured out who had the best idea. Or if we couldn't figure out who had the best idea, we put it up to a vote. And whoever won, good play, good game. You won, I lost. Let's get on with it. We didn't drag each other through the fucking mods for years and years and blamed like the decision maker 10 years ago for the mistakes of today, even though if they may have an influence on it, we're like, let's deal with it today. And we used to be able to work party crossing each other and all that fucking bullshit. As much as sometimes they disagreed with each other, they could still work together to accomplish doing dispute updates. That's not good. Work together to elevate humanity, or what the fuck you will call it, the citizens. America, for some fucking weird reason, really loved this us versus them, and it's something. It was not like that in the 90s. In the 90s and early 2000s, you guys had it fucking figured out somewhat. Somewhat figuring it out. But now we have to. I cannot be a liberal and say, oh, Trump actually was right about that. Or I cannot be a mega guy, or every Trump supporter is a mega guy. No, I think Trump do a lot of great shit and a lot of bad shit. I don't know what Harris, whatever her name is, because she's not a fucking president. So I can't say that. I know Biden did a lot of good things and he did a lot of crazy shit. Okay? Obama did a lot of great shit and a lot of crazy shit. But just me saying this, I can't say this. I have to be either or. Either or. I know, I've watched the fucking crazy fucking stupid fucking right-wing idiots. Of course I have. Of course I have. I'm not stupid. Like, I've been on all the fucking non-YouTube platforms and see what kind of crazy shit they talk once in a while. We kind of have to, because what you guys doing influence what we're doing. Like, Lord Moldborder, that's both the Democrats and the Republicans. And here's the thing. What I'm coming at, what I'm trying to say, is that if the Americans could just fucking stop doing this tribalism shit, and get back to, let's agree to disagree, and still work on shit. Hey, Craig. You also know what the National Socialist Party said back in the day, that the new fascism would be people saying that they are not fascists. Like, here's the thing. We can throw quotes at each other till our dicks falls off. They mean nothing. That's why I hate quotes when it comes to politics. Because you can find a million quotes to support your idea, and I can find a million quotes to support my idea. And you will say, mine is good, or yours are good, mine is bad. And then I will say, yours are good, or mine is good, and yours are bad. This helps nothing. And also, really learn what fucking fascism is. Like, what it really is. Because it's none of the fucking bullshit we have to deal with now. You know, it's not what we're dealing with now. It's a word that's being thrown around when people don't have any good arguments, or they just want to shut someone up. Because nobody wants to be called a fascist, so they just shut their mouth. But I'm trying to make a point here. You are so divided in your fucking mindsets. And again, this is why I don't like how EU is done by them at the moment. It started with the UK, and now it's moving into the fucking EU. We are starting to do the same fucking shit. Because we see you guys doing it. And our politicians are seeing your politician becoming successful. So therefore we are the thing is, like it or not, the world mimics the states. What the states do, the rest of the world do later. Blah, 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 blah. So you are now doing a lot of assumption, and no, that's not what fascism is. No. Also, don't have to be a person. So, again, you are assuming that it can only be a man that can do it. And it's not like us versus them. It's like the us versus them is something you put in there, and something that's again, I don't want to go into the fascism debate. I'm trying to make a point here. This whole division, and it's playing into the same fucking psychological mentality that it is with Linux users, is that a lot of people that feel lost or feel jaded or something like that, they find something they believe in, and for some people it's Linux, for some people it's politics and a part in politics. And then it becomes, we have to say the party line. We cannot agree to disagree. They're the enemy. We are not. The first step you guys should learn to do is that Republicans are not the enemy. And the Republicans have to acknowledge the Democrats are not the enemy. It's two people, or well, two groups of people with different opinions. That's all it fucking is. Both of them can ruin the world, and both of them can make it better. And yes, there will always be bad apples in a bunch. It's undeniable. You cannot. This is another thing. You don't like generalization. Why do you call every fucking Trump supporter a mega person then? You're doing exactly what you say you don't like. Again, there's so much like common sense that I've lost in the States at the moment. Again, it's like things. It's not. Windows can't take telemetry, but we can take telemetry. Because you say something positive about Trump, don't make you a mega person. Because you say something positive about or negative about Kamala Harris, don't make you a Trump person. It's the stupidest, low-thinking brainwaves you can come at. I'm sorry to say it. But that's where people are at. No, they are not. No, they are not. Until you can realize that, you cannot fix the problem. You know, okay, so you want to hear my personal theory why Trump got elected? It's super simple. It's a fuck up to society. They are tired of all of this true wokeness. They are tired of all of this. Like, instead of actually teaching shit in school, we're spending more, things of figuring or talking about social politics and all the fucking bullshit. I honestly believe that Trump got elected to say we need a change, we want a change, and he's the change. That's it. I honestly don't believe many Trump voters actually like fucking Trump. But they want something to change. And the best way of making something to change is to going anti whatever is already established. It's already there. You're talking economy. I'm talking system. What is Trump? What does Trump stand for? Anti-system. He's basically the antichrist of everything America stands for. He is like the anti-whatever, established, call it what you will. And I honestly believe that's why they picked him. And again, calling everyone that likes some of the things he does a mega guy, well then I'm a mega guy. Okay, I like some of the things he said, I'm a mega guy. If everyone likes something Kalama or I was about calling Boris, what the fuck is his name? The previous one? He did. I'm a them, whatever the fuck it is. I'm a them, whatever it is. You see how crazy that is? Like, honestly, you see how crazy that is? You guys used to be able to see the difference. Like, I like the taking guys out of women's sports. I like, I kind of like the way he handled COVID to some degree. Not all, but some of it. I like that he opened what is what was the thing with the classified files and stuff like that? Kind of like that. I don't fucking like the terrorists. Okay, ask me what I like Biden did. Biden, that's the name. I didn't like he pardoned his son. I can't fucking remember everything he has done. And also, you say I like about him. I don't like him. I don't like him as a person. I think he's a weird ass fucking motherfucker. Okay? Do I like that he pardoned Gen 6ers? Okay, I need to know why they were in there, what they have done, because not all Gen 6ers are the same. So let's say, if he pardoned one of the idiots that shit on the table? Yeah, I would not agree with that. Did he pardon someone that went in the door and had a look and got caught? Yeah, that would probably be okay. Did he pardon someone that was just a bystander? Yeah. You know. Again, I need to know who and what. Like, I can't just say yes or no. You know. And there's a lot of like what is it called? When he pardoned all of them, even the bad ones, like everyone. No, as far as I know, not a lot, but some Gen 6ers got just a bad rap. Like they were not even part of the fucking thing and got in there. I don't shit on. Here's the thing: I don't shit on them. But you are so defensive because I'm like, the only shitty thing I have said is that Kamala may have been, I don't know, sick, on drugs, or drunk. I don't know. And you may not have been that better off if she has won. That's the only negative thing I've said about the Democrats. How is that shitting on them? I probably said more bad things about Trump. But because I don't 100% align with your viewpoint, I'm a mega guy. And if I talk with a mega guy and I say, I don't think Kamala would have been too bad of a president, I'm now a Dem person. Because I honestly think she would have done okay. Just like I think Trump is doing kinda okay. You both had a bad fucking choice. We wouldn't have doubts with Kamala. No, you haven't said anything negative. I had. The tariffs. Those, I'm a little bit on the fence on. I don't know much about that. What is the US aid he cocked off? Am I right about that? That he cut off aid? Or what was it? Oh yeah, he wants to take apart the educational department. I think that's the stupidest thing I fucking, like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If that's the case, if that's the case, like, that's the stupidest thing like, taking away the fucking educational department. What the fuck? Like, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. And I can't remember everything that he's done off in my head. I'm getting tired here. But there's a lot of things I would probably not agree with. I don't mind Elon Musk. I like Elon Musk. Yeah, again, I don't know much about those, so I can't say much about it. And I'm not going to just take your word for it. I need to look into it myself. Yeah, but didn't Trump want to take some part of I heard that teachers and everything was super mad because the Department of State or something like that was getting dismantled or something like that. Like, I can probably, like, if you name a lot of things, I could probably, find a lot of fucking things to be angry at Trump about. But because I don't blindly say that Kamala is the queen, I am now a mega guy. Yeah, Jimmy Carter made yeah, that's what I thought also, yeah. No, that's me being sarcastic. That's sarcasm. But that's how it sounds like. If I don't say only negative things about Trump, I'm a mega guy. And that's what I find super fucking offensive, to be honest. Because I can't be a mega guy and I can't be a dem because I don't live over there. But you guys don't like that I and a lot of other people from outside of the US think that US as a country is massively broken. Your party system is massively broken. And you've been meddling around so fucking much in other people. One thing I really hate about Biden was how they withdraw from Afghanistan, you know. Then give me some example. I can't remember everything he's done. Like, I can't remember everything Biden and Kamala has done. It's not like I sit here and make a fucking... Like, it's not that important to me. It's not like I make a fucking list. You know. You're not giving me anything he has done. Now you're just putting... I don't fucking know if he's going to fix the housing crisis. I don't hate the Dems. Why do I hate the Dems? That's something you have told me I do. I don't. Your problem is that I say that Trump is not as... sorry, you will not have been that much better off with Kamala. That's your whole fucking issue. I told you I don't like him as a person. But also I can appreciate some of the things he has done. That's called being nuanced. And you should learn that. I have no problem with the Democrats. Heck, so here's the thing. I probably align more with the Democrats than I do with the other people. Like, if I took one of your tests, I would probably be more Democrats than I would be Republican. But I can't because I'm soft on Trump and I said some nice things about him. Because I agree with one or few or two of his things. And yes, it's easier to remember what he has done because he's the current president than the previous one. No, it's nothing to do with instant culture wokeness. You guys are woke as fuck over there. Yeah. You are. And I'm not joking. It's a joke in the rest of the world. For a lot of people. Your educational system is a joke. For a lot of people. It's so bad that when I talk to people and I'm like, so what are you experiencing dealing with American educated people? They roll their eyes. And this has happened many times. I'm not anti-woke. Again, I'll probably align more with the, in quote, woke agenda than you think I do. A lot more than you think I do. You just can't handle that I'm not massively angry at Trump. And I'm not angry at Trump because you didn't have a good choice to begin with. And I'm not angry at Kamala. Here's the thing with anti-woke and wokeness is such a vague term that a lot of people will use it as to make it as a derogatory term, and they will all have their own opinion on what it is, and all of their individual opinion is right, because again, right now I'm asking for feedback and actually insight. I'm not getting any of it. This is again why I think a lot of Americans I don't like you guys, to be honest. At least not when it comes to politics. Because you cannot debate American politics with Americans. It's clear, because you have to pick a side. And you cannot be neutral. No, because you didn't give me any valid points. All you gave me was your interpretations of my beliefs. Or your interpretations of what I think. Or your interpretations of who I align with. I asked you, what have Biden done that you think is good? Didn't get any of that. You asked me to be negative about Trump. I gave you a lot of things I said I don't like about Trump. Didn't get any feedback on that. Like, I don't like Kamala. I don't like Trump. I probably thought, like, you should probably honestly have gotten, what is his name? Bernie Sanders. Is that the right name? I would probably love to see him being the president. Didn't he get? I think he got into some controversy not long ago. But from what I know about him, he seems like he seems like our fucking prime ministers we have here in Denmark. COVID recovery. Yeah. But the COVID recovery, I said everyone did COVID bad, besides Sweden and I think Japan. Everyone, that includes Denmark. What is this CHIPS Act? The infrastructure bill? Child tax payment? How did you do better than most? How did you do better than most? That's right, Don. He's too middle. Like, if Biden wanted more money for the infrastructure, I would 1,000% agree with that. You guys' infrastructure sucks, okay? Not investing in American infrastructure is the worst thing ever. And it will be a downfall for you. If that's what he wanted, I 100,000% would agree with that. I don't know what the CHIPS Act is. No, but here's the thing, and this is why, again, I'm tired of the Western society. You know, it takes time to build road and shit. Yeah, but here's the thing: you guys should fucking invest in infrastructure. It makes no sense not to do it. The semiconductor foundry. Oh, yeah. I kind of like that also. Yeah, get chips making back to America. Like that. What's not to like about that? What is the child tax payment thingy? Am I a dem now? Or dems, or what the fuck you call it? Because I sucked Biden's cock for a while? Who did the child tax thingy then? But what does it mean? Do you get do they get tax relief or people with kid got extra checks instead of reduced taxes? Yeah, I like that. That's what we get here in Denmark. So we get like a check if you have kids and you're on your own, or if you're in need. Yeah, I like that. That sounds super fucking normal. Yeah. No, but I'm for everything that will help a struggling family. I don't give a fuck. But am I a Democrat now? Have you converted me now? Well, how does this work? This is why this is so fucking weird. How does this work? How does this work? Or am I still sucking Trump's cock? You have said I'm a mega. More than once. And I'm soft for Trump and all those fucking things. No. I am not going hard on the Dems. Here's the thing. I'm a super simple guy. I don't care who you are, what you are, who you fuck, who you vote on, who you align with. If I like what they're doing or think it's a good idea, I will say yes or no. That's it. I never said that you were mega because you agree with Trump. Do I need to copy paste? Oh, I wish there was is there a search function? Also, not all Republicans are mega. That's also faulty. And they do fight against the mega crazies. And I'm not going harder on the Dems. There are a lot of times, I've seen a lot of podcasts and whatnot, where normal, sane Republicans goes against the crazies, the mega crazies. You probably not seen them because they're Republican podcasts. But yeah, I've seen them. I've even seen people fighting or getting hurt under Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan and still like him as a president. You know. No, I follow people I know that openly have said that they are Republicans that don't like what a lot of the mega crazies do. Like, they are out there and they are not few. And if you think all Republicans just go with whatever Trump say, that can be said the same for the Dems then. Yeah, did I tell you why they voted Trump? Have you actually talked to them or listened to them? He was the closest to what they wanted. So if Trump gives them 2% of what they want and Kamala gives them 1%, or let me put it another way. If Trump gives them 5% of what they want and Kamala gives them 2% of what they want, who the fuck do you think they're going to vote for? Even if they dislike the guy. But that's all they're getting. They're getting 5% of benefiting them. They're going to vote for the guy that gives them 5% or 2%. If that's the biggest number. There's a lot of fucking Republicans that don't like Trump. But a lot of people voted on Trump because you guys, like, for a lot of people, this is kind of, like, follow my thinking here a little bit. if we vote in the most outrageous fucking guy, maybe the world or the country will wake up and see how stupid this system is. They did it because they were anti-establishment or anti-current situation. I will say this. And this is just my observation. I don't care either way. But I see more Dem people, or Democrats, let me just call it that, using bad language and shit talking the other side than I see Republicans do the opposite. Like from someone, let me put it this way, from someone that has no skin in the game. Okay? It's super outputting the way you treat your opposites. Like the way you talk about them. It will, and will for a lot of people, be part of the decision to say, is they people I want to associate with? Or not? I don't hear Republicans being this fucking bad as the Democrats are towards each other. Like, you get what I'm coming at here. I see a lot of Democrats being super fucking, well, not foul-mouthed, what is the right word? Shit talkers and shit stirrers because towards the Republicans. And I barely see that in toxic. And if I should choose a party, that would be off-putting to me, to be honest. Like, if I was on the edge and I saw the way the Democrats are acting at the moment, just they, as a human, from a human standpoint, like the moaning, bitching, toxic behavior. Not to the same degree. I'm not saying they're not bad people, but not to the same degree. Not to the same degree. I believe there are bad people on both sides, but not to the same degree. I never seen a Republican coming into my chat and have this debate with me. So how are they worse? How are they worse? I can only talk about what I see and who I engage with. And all of the people I know that are Democrats all have been doing the exact same thing you're doing right now. I've been called X, Y, and Z and blah, 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 just for saying one good thing about Trump. Or say, oh, that looks like a good idea that Elon Musk did. I never seen a Republican doing that when I supported the other side. I don't believe that red pill and manosphere, it's all bullshit. The same with like the what is the Mac Tower, all that fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. Saying all people are like that, that's even more bullshit. That's like saying all feminists are bad and blah, 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 blah. So you honestly believe 100% that every Republican, no matter what, there's no fucking wiggle room, are mega people and right, like massively right wing. And when we're talking right wing, we're talking like the guys in the 40s. racist motherfuckers. Yeah, but are you saying that all Republicans are like that? So if you don't fight MAGA and you vote Trump, you're indistinguishable from MAGA. That's a gross over simplification. You can fight the system from the inside. That's kind of the preferred way in a lot of instances. They say fight the system from the inside. How do you fight the system from the inside? You become part of the system and you make it better. I don't believe all Republicans are bad. I don't believe all Democrats are bad. I believe a select few are batshit crazy. But I also think that those select few have been really good at brainwashing a lot of their followers into follow them. What bothers me the most is that you can't see that your side can and have done bad things also. That's what bothers me the most. Because they have. Who has done most bad? I don't have a fucking measurement tape right now. But nobody is innocent when it comes to politics. Nobody. And I am going to, and I try to explain to you, the reason why you don't see it as bad as the Republicans is because you as an individual, the Democrats are not hurting you as an individual as much as the Republicans are. But there are many other people where the Democrats are hurting them more than you. Oh, sorry, where they're being hurt more by the Republicans. Sorry, by the Democrats than the Republicans. And I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to showcase that this little 5% fucking difference, or 10% difference between who the fuck it is the whole problem you guys have. Like I said, you used to be able to disagree. Now you can't. Would you ever work with a Republican? Would you ever have the Democrats work with a Republican? I honestly don't think you want to. And it's the same problem with the Republicans. They don't want either. It goes both ways. No, the 50% is no. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is that's not even no. Those 50% difference may be for you, but you are not the representations of all of America. Are there so if we go Danish politics, okay? There are political parties where if me being a straight white man, would benefit me to vote on them. There are parties where if you are a single mom, it will benefit to vote on them. So if they vote on them, they will get 50% more benefit. But if I vote on the other ones, I will get 50 more benefits. Who are the single mom going to vote for, and who is a man like me going to vote for? The one that is benefiting me the most. I'm not going to vote if that was the only difference. Let's not pretend this is the only difference between their political spiel. One wants more right for the father. Like, as a dad in Denmark, you have almost no rights to your kid if you split up. It's mom first all the fucking way. So let's say there's a political party where they are like, well, we want it to be 50-50. And there's another party saying, no, we want it to be mom first. And I'm like, well, I'm a guy, I can see myself maybe having a kid, and yeah, maybe, you know, this thing is going down and we get split up. I want, you know, as big as of a chance to be part of the child's life as the mom. Of course I'm going to vote for that person. That would give me more benefits. But that means taking benefits away from the mom. She don't want that. You know, so she would, of course, not like that person. I should benefit from the Republicans, but I still see the harm. I'm lost. There's no single governmental agency that's 50% more beneficial for one, like, gender. I was just trying to make a point that most people vote with what is benefiting them personally the most. And what I want people to understand is that that's why they look at the way they do. And that the politicians are playing into it on both sides. And it infuriates me that people can't see that. Because it happens in all over the world, especially in the Western world. And of course, Voss is going to vote on someone that's going to benefit her more than, for example, me. Like, we are selfish like that. We are. But at least be honest about it, okay? And another thing that frustrates me is this, like, demonizing of everyone else that's on the other side. That's the honestly, that's the biggest way of not giving people the power. Because you're putting people up against each other. That's only beneficial for the fucking people in charge. Not for the people. And America right now is playing really into that fucking divide. This whole BS about the land of the free and all that the American dream and all that's bullshit. The way you look at yourself as Americans and the way the rest of the world looks at you is not the same anymore. It's not the same anymore. And it don't matter who's in charge. Like who, whatever side of the aisle they are on. You have a really bad reputation at the moment. Like, the whole American voting, when there's a vote, is a joke for a lot of the rest of the world. But the scary part is that it influenced the rest of the world. You know. And the people over there are, of course, going to vote for the one that are benefiting them the most. In general. That don't mean that they are bad people. That just mean that that's what people... Let's be honest, that's like, what the fuck should you do? The land of the free is something that they said, like, way before all this fucking bullshit. Don't start with that.
That's not a Republican. Have the Republicans said a lot about it and coined it? Yes. But this was a thing way before that. Like, I'm not stupid. I'm not that stupid. Let me put it that way. Okay? Like, what is, like, give us the poor and whatever the fuck you're all so proud of. And no, but, like, so I don't know, like, we had a talk in the beginning of the stream where they were like, why there are so many people saying like, how many tech channels that are showing the obvious, you know, like, this is how you enable black theme in whatever, you know. And it's super simple. It's because sometimes you need someone from the outside to state the obvious before you realize it. So, like, my example was, for example, that you could be in a bad relationship. You have, like, yeah, it may not be that good, but you need that one friend to tell you, like, oh, a beer or a cup of coffee or whatever, that, hey, you know, like, he or she is not good for you. And then, oh, yeah, you're right, you know. Or you're in a bad working job and you sit down with a friend, have a cake, play some Oblivion, and there's like, hey, you know what, your work environment makes you miserable. And like, yeah, you're fucking right. America as a whole is in that situation right now. They are so knee-deep in it, and there's a lot of blame. The Republicans are blamed, the Dems or Democrats are whatever the fuck you want to call them. The whole, you know, for lack of a better word, wokeness, social justice warrior bullshit. All of that is all put down into a fucking pot of fucking craziness. And because you are knee deep in it and you're knee thick in it, you can't see it yourself. And I honestly believe, like, if we go like 10, 15 years into the future, hopefully the world is a better place at that time. We don't know, but hopefully. And I think a lot of people on all sides or both sides of what the fuck it is will stop up and say, this was the crazy fucking time. Like, this was just mental. What the fuck was going on? Why were we so divided? Why were we so against each other? Like, I am young enough that I can remember 9/11. And when that happened, and I saw how united everyone in the States was, it fucking made me cry. I am not joking. I've never seen a country being that united before. No matter who, when, where, how, they were Americans. America. They made me almost want to fucking, like, I just started my education. I almost left my education to sign up to the army to fight for America when I saw that. And that is the America people remember from outside the US. And that is the America people in the US think still is there. But at some point, that fucking just disappeared. It became more about virtue signaling. It became more about fighting each other instead of, again, just agree to disagree and stuff like that. It became more about me being offended over, you know, is it a me issue or is it a societal issue? You know? And back then, yeah, if people got offended, people don't want to offend people. But also, let's not, you know, make everything into a big deal. Because a lot of things, when people get offended, is a me issue. You know? There's a lot of things people say to me I don't like online. I just don't engage with them. Like, I get offended almost every fucking time I read my comment section, so I don't read it anymore. And a lot of those times is because I have a undealt emotional connection to what's being said. But a lot of people nowadays, they want to turn that into, okay, it's not because I am offended, the whole world have to change. And that's where we lost it as a society. And this is not just America, now I'm talking the whole world. Or at least the Western world. If you don't like a joke, go away. If you don't like a conversation, go away. As long as you're not physically hurting someone. As long as you have the power to go away. If you don't like what someone is saying, go away. I love what they did, like what the Jews did in the state, where I can't remember what campus it was, but the new Nazis or what the fuck it was, they wanted to hold a parade, but they were told not to, and the Jewish people said they were allowed to do it, and they should allow them to do it because they did not want to censor them. They, of course, didn't agree with anything like that, they just removed themselves. That is the world I want to live in. Because there will always be idiots. There will always be bad people. And if you the more you ostracize those bad people, the worse they get. The more angry they get. You know. The more dissatisfied they get with everything. And on the other hand, you cannot say, yo, I want to be able to say whatever I want, but they can't because I don't like what they're saying. And that's kind of where I feel like we are right now. I feel like we're not long from a society where I have to wake up every morning, log on to a government website. What word can I say? What clothes can I wear? You know, what microaggressions can I be? You know, all of those things. But bad people, here's the thing with bad people. Bad people today was not bad people as they was back in the day. Bad people back in the day were people that were murdering people and stuff like that. Bad people today are people that are hurting your feelings. There's a big difference there. Should your feelings, like, let me put it another way. You cannot go through life and not get your feelings hurt. And you are not entitled to go through life and not get your feelings hurt. That's a super self-centered, narcissistic way of thinking of things. Because someone can look at you and hurt your feelings. And they don't know what the fuck they done wrong. They can remind you of a past ex you're not truly were over. They hurt your feelings, but nowadays they are as bad people almost as people that kill other people. That's where I think we have lost it. Should we be sensitive to other people? Of course we should. But if there is a way of doing it where the people that get hurt, can they walk away? Yeah. Are they going to be there that day? Probably not. Then let those with different opinion do their thing. Because this is another thing with censorship and restrictions. One day a word you like will be banned. A thing you do will be banned. Because someone else will find it offensive. I had this talk with many people where oh, I find that offensive, you say, and I'm like, do you know how many times you offended me today? Like, no, I've not offended you. Yeah, you offended me a lot of times. I came in the door and I said, good morning, and you didn't even look at me or anything like that. That's kind of offensive to me. Like, that hurt my feeling a little bit. But I did make a big deal out of it, you know. Or you took my spot at the table besides my friend I really, really want to talk to. I haven't talked to in a long time. That kind of hurt my feeling. You knew I wanted to sit there. You know, you get what I'm coming at here. Or that word you're saying is super offensive to me because it reminds me of a bad childhood memory I had. That I now have to think about for the rest of my day. But you did not know that. How could you? Why should I put that burden on you? Why is that your responsibility? Yeah, but here's the thing. If you call me a retard, I will not mind that at all. I will think it's funny and cute. But someone next to me that don't know that you know me would find that super offensive. And they will be angry at you. How dare you call that person a retard? And then you either have to explain, oh, he's that fucking stupid mega guy I know from Denmark. And it may still be offensive because, yeah, but it's still not a nice word and stuff like that. What they should be doing is just be like, if that's how they're going to talk to each other, I'm just moving myself. And then you can call me a retard for the next fucking 10 years. At some point, we have to take responsibility for ourselves. And again, not America, but the Western world in general, we don't want that. We want our party to do that for us. Our tribe to do that for us. Like, we are living closer to 1884 or 1984, whatever the fuck the book is called, than you think. And again, just the conversation we had today proves it. The fact that I think all American politicians, or at least the ones that you have had for president or wanted to be president the last few cycles have all been fucking crazy people. That's me offending you. And it should offend you. Like, it should. But that don't mean that then I'm a mega guy or whatever, or I'm a bad person, or I'm this and that. It just means that from someone looking from the outside in, that's how it looks like. But I should still be allowed to say it. I should still be, that don't make me soft for X, Y, and Z. It don't make me have to now defend this and that. It's just an opinion. I have not knocked someone's door down, ripped their fucking chest off, forced pills into them, and made them compete in women's sports as a guy or whatever the fuck it is. It's just a fucking opinion. Just a fucking opinion. And people have gotten so fucking soft, or what you will call it, or reliant on the tribe, the government, call it what you will, to be that protector. Be mom and dad. I'm a grown-ass adult, but I still need a mom and dad. You know? I don't think lips are crazy. Do you know how many times I've been called a lip-tart? Like, most people on the internet thinks I'm a fucking liberal. Like, I've comments on my fucking YouTube channel calling me a lip-tart. I don't hate lip-tarts. I think they're crazy. I think a lot of things Americans do are crazy. Just like a lot of things Europeans are doing are crazy. The sad reality is it just started in the States, or became popular in the States. I think narcissism is bad. That became popular in Europe. All of those things are words other people put into my mouth. And it's the same problem Asmongold kind of have. Because a lot of people don't agree with him or find him offensive. They put these kind of words into his mouth. Or put these labels on him. He's probably more liberal than I am, to be honest. And there is natural biases. Of course there is. Nobody is 100% unbiased or unopinionated. It can't happen. It won't happen. It's how the world is. There are just some things where I have seen and experienced or researched, things that a lot of people, or not a lot, but some Americans will not agree with, especially Americans that are leaning some way on the spectrum. Like, me and Asmongold agree on a lot of the same shit. Like, I don't know him I don't know him personally, and I barely watch his content. Oh, nationality bias. There's that also. There's like local biases. There's gender bias. There's biases in everything. You know, like you are falling forward. Like you have biases all over your amazing body. Like we all have. I just never like. If people ask if like, are you biased? Yeah, of course I'm biased. We all are. I just do my best not to be. That's the best thing you can do, is do your best not to be biased. But we all have it, you know. Well, I watch, like, of course I've watched his popular shit, but I don't watch him every fucking day. I like to watch his, I used to like to watch his gaming content. I don't like his political content that much. But even with his gaming content, there will be some political shit in there once in a while. And that's where I got most of it from. And then when, you know, his clip channel, when he gets into trouble or people are after him and they actually, this is actually what he said and actually what he did, and they have the receipts. Maybe I'm a little bit more liberal than him. I don't fucking know. You know, I don't know. But sometimes both are bad. If I gave you a fucking syringe with like cyanide and radiation poison, like a radiation liquid that will kill you right away, they're both bad. You know, they're both fucking bad. Stop talking about oblivion, you're making me jealous. Like, sometimes both are bad, okay? And you don't like it, but for the last few rounds of your guys' elections, that's how it's been looking at. I look, no, he's not Hitler. Like, that is super, super offensive and super misleading and super fucking condescending and super Americanized to say to someone that lives in the States, to someone in Europe. I have family members that was directly impacted by that shit. You know, you have no idea how bad that shit was. No idea. And I kind of like, you don't joke about the Holocaust, you don't joke about that shit. Especially not if you're an American, because if you want to talk about someone that's clueless about what was going on, well, that was you guys. You were so late to the party. Yes, you freed us, but you have no idea. Like 20% of Hitler is worse than you think. It's not heading that way. It's not heading that way. That's another thing I wish, like, is it bad? Yes. But it's not heading that way. He don't have that power. It's not. And here's the beauty of it. If it really was heading that way, move your fucking ass. I would take out a couch, you know. We will see. Yeah, we will see. He has like 2 years left. 2.5 years left. Or 3 years again. Oh, he came in this January, so he probably have 3.5 years left. Let's see. And if you become like the 40s Germany, I will buy you a beer. Look. He's a businessman, right? Going down that route is business suicide. Because it may have worked in the 40s. It won't work today. It won't work today. There's a higher chance that Russia and Europe will get into like a second world or third world war than that will happen. Again, you are going into the let's regurgitating the party manual again here. I'm not saying things will become better, but they are not going that far. Like, Germany has a lot of issues with that right now, and everyone, even the Germans, are really uptight about it. Like, I mean, really uptight about it. Like, they're really doing something about it. And, again, I won't know where I am yet. Like, I honestly, like, they said this, like, here's the thing, they said the same thing when he got elected the first time, okay? And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. But what is the best predictor of the future is the past. Again, I would say there's, like, I probably need to lose a shit ton of weight and join the National Guard, because we would probably get invaded by Russia before that happens. So I can kill some fucking Russians or something like that. But what I want to say here is something I say to a lot of my Democrats friends that really pisses them off. Okay? The states, though, maybe you need Trump, but you don't want him. And what I mean by that, you probably need him more than you think, is that hopefully, this, like I tried to say in the beginning, hopefully, this will showcase that there is something fucking wrong. And you guys need to be better at selecting who the fuck you put up for that position. Because all you've shown the last 8-10 years is that you are really bad at selecting a CEO. Really bad. And maybe I said it the first time when he got elected. You don't want him, but maybe they need him to see how fucking stupid this system is. They didn't learn. They did learn, they elected him again. Maybe you need it 2 times. If you select him a third, can you select him a third time? If you get elected a third time, I honestly don't fucking know. Like, yeah, maybe you're doomed. I don't know. It's not accelerism, no. It's sometimes a bad thing is a blessing in disguise. And that's what I mean by it. I mean that maybe this will make a wake-up call for both parties to do things better. But how many times can you be re-elected? Are there a limit on that? I know you can only do 2 terms at once, but how many times can you come back? So let's say I do one, miss one, do one, that's what he did here. But then let's call it accelerated, the bad stuff. No, I don't. No. I didn't put the bad stuff in there. I didn't want the bad stuff to begin with. I would have said the same if Harris got in. That maybe this would help you guys wake up. Okay, you can only be president twice. Okay, so in either consecutive or, like, you can only be it for like 2 terms, no matter what. Which kind of makes sense. Oh, because of World War II. Nice. I hope Biden was the wake-up call, but it was not. Oh, before him, there was no limit. Gotcha. He was too popular. Okay. I don't care who the fuck said that rule. I kind of like it. It's a way of you know, get rid of dictatorship. If you get what I'm coming at. Or it should be a way of getting away of dictatorship. No, but I hope Biden was a wake-up call for people. And I hope that this election cycle would be a wake-up call for people. But it just seems to... honestly, just seems to divide people more and more. And Americans don't need that. Because that's when all the bad people gets elected, and that's when all the bad decisions are being elected. Because you all are now more in tune of fighting each other than actually fucking seeing what the political people are doing. Because automatically, because you are antagonistic towards the one party, they will defend their decisions, so they would be made anyway. And the other way around. I don't know if there is a need of a third party, if that even exists. Or there needs to be some fucking maybe even a fucking age limit. You know, like if you're over 70, you can't, you know, we don't need any geezers in here, man. Just get the fuck out of here if you're over like 60. 51. Yeah, divided state of embarrassment. Oh, that's my birthday. So before I was born, I made sure that you could only do that. But here's the thing with a lot of bad things that turns out to be good. You never think it's a good thing until it's done. That's the thing. And you almost always think it's wrong until it's done. Or it's over with. I used to be so pro-American you think it's fucking weird. My biggest dream was to move over there and live there. That's why, you know, like I already knew what fucking states I wanted to live in and stuff like that. That was already when I was a child. Like, it was before I got aware of a lot of the politics and all that fucking shit. And the last 10 years, there is not a country I want to live in the least than the Americans, right? The United States right now. I'm being honest here. I'd rather live in Ukraine than I would live in the States right now. And it's been like that for the last 10 years. It's not again, it's not so much the people. It's the whole atmosphere, it's the whole just who you all are and identify as a country. And again, I see that coming to Europe. We are starting to become the exact same way. And I don't like it. Because the way you guys are, again, we are talking not you as a person, but the political spectrum. It's not fucking working. We can all agree it's not working. It's not healthy, it's not good, it's not beneficial for the people whatsoever. No matter who the fuck you align with, it's not beneficial. And we see that starting to happen over here. And there's a lot of reasons for it, and there's a lot of superstar mentalities with the politicians. Like most politicians are not politicians because they want to do good for the people. They are politicians for themselves. They want to do good for themselves. Like, I honestly believe that to become a politician, it should be an unpaid job. Or you should be paid minimum wage. And then when you're done, then is when you're getting your big benefits from it. You know? Because I honestly think a lot of people become politicians just because of the power and the money. They don't give a fuck about the people. But they use the people for their benefits. To make sure that they stay in power. And then they butter up and help their friends. I would have no problem if a president got minimum wage. As long as they were in office. And then when they were done, they either got a big bonus or they were set for life. You know, like they just got a decent pension for the rest of their life. And they should not benefit each other's businesses. I can't remember if it was it Obama or Biden or probably also Trump, but they gave a lot of businesses to their friends and stuff like that. That should not be allowed. You know. Yeah. Sell their businesses, sell their stocks. There's been some, was it Kamala that had some issues with some stocks at one point? I can't remember if they debunked that or what, but, you know, there should be no tie to the corporate world if you are in office. No, I do believe when you go out of office, you should get, you know, a little bit of a bonus, you know, like a thank you for your service kind of thing. So here in Denmark, they used to get, if you've been in the Senate or what you will call it, you had free public transportation for life. You know, you could take any bus, any train, any plane, internationally or domestic, for free. I kind of like that, you know? I kind of like that. You know, but they should not, and they should get minimum wage while they were doing it. But you won't see, this is the thing. If you said to your people, hey, I have this idea, let's do, they will say no to all the things we just talked about. Because it's not going to benefit them financially whatsoever. And if you go to the mega people, they will also say no to it. Because it's not going to benefit them financially. And that's the problem. Miss Harris or Kamala, what the fuck her name is, don't give a fuck about you, okay? She only cares about herself. And Trump only cares about Trump. And they only care about their citizens enough for you to vote on them. So they're saying all the right words for the Democratic they want to talk to. Not because they believe it, but because it gives them voters. It's been proven over and over and over again. And again, this is not just the States, it's everywhere in the world. And this is why you are so fucking divided. This is why you're regurgitating the party line over and over again. This is why you are angry at the other people and calling them names. Because if this was not the case, you didn't have to. You would be not indifferent, but you would be like, oh, okay, not our guy or girl this time. Good luck to you, maybe next time. That would be your attitude towards this. And yeah, I may not get all the benefits I want, but I'm not, you know, living in fucking Tahiti under a tent or something like that, getting fondled by a hairless monkey or something like that, you know. Like, you are okay no matter who the fuck win. And I honestly think you all would be okay no matter who won. Yes, they will have something you disagree with, but they will probably also have something you agree with, and the other way around if they were the other guys or girls. And then it should just be like, yep, at this time, we're not getting everything I like, maybe next time. That would be the spirit I would love to see. That would be the spirit that would make me, again, want to move to Colorado. Or Texas, or whatever the fuck I want. Something that I'm probably never going to do. And that's the thing I see in Asia, like Middle East Asia, or stuff like that, or Japan and stuff. That's how I see them act. And I see less of that in the States. I see less and less of that here in Europe. In general. And I don't like it. Because being a politician is almost like rising in a company nowadays. Like you're becoming the CEO, basically. Again, I am not disagreeing with you. I am not disagreeing with you. But I don't think you were going to be that much better off in with Harris. Honestly. Our fucking dev at work had to work overtime because of the tariffs fucking shit and eBay. Because eBay didn't have a proper fucking implementation of it yet. So he had to fix something because I don't know why eBay didn't have it fixed yet. But basically, no, woke has nothing to do with the tariff. What the fuck? Like, honestly, what the fuck? That has nothing to do with the tariff. It has to do with a business side not getting their shit together because eBay is, like, bad. Really fucking bad. And eBay is a German company, if I'm not mistaken. So it has nothing to do with American politics other than the tariffs has been implemented. And the customers, of course, that lives in the States need to be known of this. So the developer has to fiddle some things or fix some things or divert some things to a third-party site that made them aware of, hey, there's tariffs of X, Y, and Z, Oh, why? I honestly don't think she would have done much better on the what's the word? Economical side. It may not. She may not have speed run it, but I still think that she would have done some bad economical decisions because it was already like kind of going that way with Biden, and having her would just have been having Biden's time, a second term. No, I know. With the tariffs, Trump is speedrunning that shit. Yeah, I get that. I focusing on the wrong things, spending money on the wrong, all the normal shit that they are doing, because your economy has kind of been like the whole world's economy has gone downhill the last almost since COVID. And I honestly don't think that she had any better solution for it. And Trump's definitely don't have any better solutions. Trump's is super short term. And Trump's only works if the tariffs is actually a deterrent for people to other people are going to... It will only work if other people in the States start to take up the production. Which they probably won't. Because you guys are too expensive to hire. As a worker. and you as a customer are not willing to pay that price. So you're fucked either way. I just don't think any of them had any good financial fucking what is it called? Plans. No, I honestly don't care much about the wokeness shit. I really don't. If I see someone that wants to be where the whole focus is like, oh, I can't talk about anything than my pronouns and who I fuck and stuff. I'm just like, that's cool. Go over there in the corner. I'm not going to talk to you. I honestly don't give a fuck. If that's the only thing that's interesting about you, we probably don't have anything to talk about. Just don't force me to do anything. If you ask me, can you please say this and that, I will. Don't force it on me. And that would be it. That's to the extent that I care about it. If I see someone virtue signaling their fucking bullshit all over social media, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't want to spend time with that because we probably again don't have anything to talk about because apparently that's the most important thing about you. Just like when I see a fucking Foss and Linux person, that's the only thing they talk about online is Foss and Linux. I'm like, cool, go away. Yeah. You didn't do your homework. We are figuring out a punishment. Yeah, there are some beautiful handcrafted videos. Yeah. That's to the extent I care about that wokeness. Don't force it on me. Do whatever the fuck you want. And I will probably leave you alone. And don't feel entitled to anything. Like I said, I would probably date more fucking trans women over normal girls if I was put in a spot. Because a lot of fucking girls are crazy right now. And again, no, it's not about wokeness or anything like that. I would say, like, what fuck... Again, I can only talk about, Denmark, but what fucks a lot of girls up in Denmark is the... probably social media. Like, if you talk about anyone taking the red pill or what the fuck it is, they fucking have taken it. I've seen friends getting dumped because they made too little money. Or they were not high enough. And it happens more and more and more. They become... It becomes more about the image than actually, the love. It's more about who you are as an accessory to my life than actually someone I want to spend time with. And I see that creep up more and more and more. Sadly enough. And I think social media have something to do with it. I have heard a lot of those, like, girl bosses, female energy, and all, all of those, like, terms being used a lot also. Well, it's not... So here's the thing. It used to just be girls that, oh, we dodged a bullet there. Now it's like almost fucking everyone you talk to. Like, it's almost anyone you talk to. Girl power this, and boss lady that, and, all those buzzwords you see on TikTok and all that fucking shit. And, oh, you can't handle my girl energy, and like, they become so self-centered. Way more than I experience anywhere. The last few years. The more I socialize, the more it is in my face. Even just by hearing them talking to each other, other people. And the only place I can come up with where it's coming from is social media. And yes, that will push, because a lot of guys will be rejected, and that pushes them into the whole fucking MacTower and all that fucking other bullshit that's going on in the mansphere online. Like, it's like two ecosystems or echo chambers that are like force feeding each other, which is super bad for both, Andrew Tate and all that fucking bullshit. And they're both reinforcing their, each other's bullshit, basically. Because here's the thing, in the end, and again, there are fucking idiots out there, don't get me wrong, but most guys are fucking easy. They just want someone that's loyal, someone that's treat them right, someone that's behind them. That's it. You don't have to be a fucking, most beautiful fucking thing that's ever walked on Earth, or heck, you don't even fucking have to be a woman. You can be a fucking tree, or I don't fucking know, like a tube or something like that. Guys are super easy. They just want peace. Ease of mind and peace. They don't want all that fucking bullshit. And if you ask a guy to treat you in a certain way, he will 9 out of 10 times do it. That's it. But what puts a lot of guys off is this, like, girl energy boy, I'm a boss lady, you have to make like 10% more than I do, and, yeah, no. the female, the future's female, no, the future's everyone. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this whole, like, self-centered importance about who the fuck, what you have between your legs. It's so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. And I can only think it's social media that plays into that, because I honestly, like, it's easy to point and see, oh, that's feminism, but I don't really think it is. I think it's like, they see these, like, pretend successful people online, and you see how they talk, and you think, oh, that's how I should be. And mostly, honestly, because I honestly think mom and dad don't give them enough attention as a, like, back in the day, your mom and dad was your role models, but now they are too busy doing whatever the fuck they are doing, and they are raising the kids into the government's hands, and the internet and television. So they are super impressionable, and these fucking asshats, see that, and they get totally, what is it called? They become their role models. Guys think they need to be the breadwinner, and they won't date a girl who makes more than them. So that's not what I've seen. That's not what I've seen in a lot of, like, in Europe and stuff like that. That could be like a US versus Europe kind of thing, I guess. Because I get where you're coming from. I have seen a lot of Americans talk like that, but I can only talk from my, my neck of the woods. So Scandinavia, Germany, and stuff like that, and Poland and whatnot, and I just seen women, like, I'm not saying like it's a fucking flood coming in, but it's rising more and more, where women have become more like what you probably would call toxic masculinity, but towards women doing it, kind of, somehow, Like, I've had situation where it's like, can you handle my female energy in this man-dominating sphere, kind of thing? Oh, are you okay with me putting my female energy into this group of people? And like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just do the fuck your work, and like, who gives a fuck, I'm proud of you. Yeah, I'll date an old lady if she's... There's toxic everything, but one thing I do feel a little bit overblown is that toxic masculinity. Because that's something I've noticed in a lot of girls, is that they will say that, oh, they will say they don't like it, but then they like it anyway. And then that's super confusing. You're acting like toxic masculinity, and then they want you to do all the masculine fucking thing anyway. It's a... Again, I think a lot of this is just internet fucking bullshit going on. But yeah, I see that a lot where I'm afraid of fucking talking to women now almost, like, because I don't want to upset them. Like, I barely say hello to women at work, because what if I say something that is deemed X, Y, and seem like you're just trying to be nice? Can I say your hair looked nice today? Can I give you like a compliment? Sometimes you can, and sometimes you can't. And it's just like a fucking weird world we live in. Yeah, but here's the thing: that difference is super small, because it's masculinity when you like it, and it's toxic masculinity when you don't. And if you like it or not, a lot of times depends on the mood of the woman, or if she's angry with you or not. So you can do the exact same thing under the exact same circumstances. That has happened to me. And they turn it around. Like, today it's toxic, yesterday was not toxic. And what's the difference? Nobody knows. Again, from personal experience, no. They will take it as a compliment one day and call it something else another day. Or say the exact same thing one day, and a week later say the exact same thing under the same circumstances, and then, it's inappropriate. And then you do the same thing the week after, and they get, oh, it's nice to hear. Yeah, Jinx, I'm still here. And yeah, I it's more than likely just the people that are around me. I get that. But, do you guys know each other? Or have Jinx going out and no, I'm not. But yeah, I just feel like there's just like artificial barrier between talking to each other nowadays, because of all this internet shit. And I know guys can be creepy and girls can be creepy. Mostly guys can be creepy. I'm not going to lie there, but it's just like, back like just 10 years ago, you could compliment a girl. Nowadays, you almost have to, like, okay, I'm going to compliment you, is that okay? And then you have to debate what you're going to say. Then the compliment is fucking meaningless, And not every guy that says something nice to you wants to fuck you. Like, that's not how the world works. Sometimes a guy just wants to be friendly. And then you see girls fucking stabbing guys in the ass and calling them hunks and all that shit. That's okay. That's fine. That's allowed, because my girl power. It's just like... It's a weird fucking time we live in, man. Oh, you should be, man. At least in the work environment. If it's a friend, it's something different, or if you're on a date, yeah. But yeah, if it's work environment, school environment, stuff like that, there are people that have lost that job for that fucking shit. You know, because you are basically you're objectifying them, and then they get angry or they never get any compliments. And like, but what I do think, I think it's a power trip for those people. Because I noticed the same girls that do that are the ones that really like to play with other people's emotions. You know, play those little games to test them, and it drives me nuts when they do that. I think it's a power play. And that's why I think they're so inconsistent with it. That it's a form of inserting dominance or power. Because I can get this person to do what I want. You know. That kind of makes sense when you think about it. And it should not be like that. I don't know. It is probably a big city thing. I can see that. And I also do live in not a big city, but a somewhat decent sized city comparable to Denmark. But yeah, we had a lot of companies going in, like my brother had like a fucking memo one time that under none of any circumstance could he ever touch a female coworker. But it was okay for a female coworker to touch the guy and slap him in the ass and pinch him and stuff like that. And they said that in the paper. That it was only okay for the female or for the guy to be in contact with the female if she did it first. This is like, what? And that was like this is like a big chain here in Denmark. It's like a company-wide like memo. And you could not compliment them and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a care command. I've hugged co-workers before also. Like, gives a fuck, but he can't do that. But they are allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. As long as they initiate the contact, it's okay. So that basically means if they hug you first, it don't matter if the guy wants it or not. But if they hug you first, if they touch you first, if they slap you first, you can do it. I just found that super fucking... I would say it's sexist because it's different behavior towards a different sex, if you get what I'm coming at. But that may be stretching it a little bit. But I found it super interesting that was like a company-wide memo. Like, had it been like nobody could do it, I'd be like, that's fine. If that's what they want, that's what they want. You know, like, you know. Of course, you ask first if it's someone you don't know if they need a hug, but you know how it is when you're with your coworkers and you're joking around and you're like slapping them on the shoulder or something like that. They can't do that anymore. They will get into massive problems, man. I will push you. I don't like guy hugs, man. I need to be drunk for guy hugs. I am really picky on who I allow to hug me. Like, I'm super picky. And it goes with girls also. I'm really picky. You know? I love it, but I only like it from certain people. I have to trust you. And I have to like you. Stop making me jealous. Or I will hug you. Yeah, no, but it has to be people I like and people... For me, that's like a validation of my, like... You know, you're okay. There was a girl at work that I wanted to show her something, and she was sick, and I waved her over, and apparently she saw that as wanting a hug, and she hugged me, and I fucking froze up, and was like, oh, what's going on here? And she just looked at me like, yeah, I'm okay, but, like, I didn't say anything because that's a me issue, and she needed it because she was sick, so I was like, yeah, and I don't mind her, she's an okay girl. But again, it was just like I fucking froze up and started to shake. I'm like, oh shit. But apparently she just needed it, Kinda the same, yeah. But if I'm drunk, I don't mind hugging people. But if I'm sober and, yeah, it's just... But I love hugging. I love physical contact. And I think most people do. It's just like it has to be with certain people. And most of the people I know that don't like it is because of, well, bad shit, Because it is a trust thingy, Oh, Vince, I thought it would work with that one. But yeah, if it's someone, like, if it's a friend I've known for a few months or something like that, I would probably not mind it. I would just be indifferent, I think. But yeah, if it's just some random fucking person I don't know, I get a little bit like, stay away, I want to punch you. Just fuck off. They've not started this bullshit yet. It's not updated for fucking ages. I don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, like I said, if it's a girlfriend, I don't mind hugging and snorkeling and all that fucking shit. But yeah. Stop censoring me. You will be disappointed. Like, a lot of people say Danish beer is good. It's just average. It's just most American beer sucks. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but like, most American beer just suck. Yeah, don't go to Denmark, man. There's so many other. Dutch beer, yeah. Belgian beer is also really good. Like proper Belgian beer. From the sexless monks. Yeah. We should do like a drunk stream one time. That could be fun. Nah. There will be no such thing about me anywhere. I'm not important to be anywhere, not even online. Yeah. Well, vodka kind of taste weird, yeah. I'm not saying like it don't taste bad, but it's strange, yeah. Nowadays, I mostly just drink beer, to be honest. I get like one beer every 6 months. I do like a good beer, like crafted beer. I like those. But I also think that alcohol is like super bad for you in the long run. I kind of regret all the fucking shit I drank when I was like partying. But like a cold beer on a hot day, like that's never a bad thing in my opinion. I had one like last month. Well, whiskey is hard alcohol, so I do like my whiskey and coke and stuff like that. Maybe I haven't had that in fucking years. I may get that soon again. I also used to also I can't speak. I used to always have a Jägermeister in the fridge that will take like a shot off like every third month or something like that. I kind of miss that. Oh, Jaeger is like, yeah. If it has to be super cold. If you can't put it in the freezer, and when it's like super cold, it's good warm, but it's oh man, get a shot of that when it's like freezing. It will never freeze, but when it's super cold, oh, like it's the best fucking thing you ever can get, man. It just fucking, especially if you're sick, like if you have the cold or something like that, and you just take like one of those ice cold Jaeger shots. Holy fuck, that will fucking clear everything in your body. Oh, you should. You should. It's a like you earn £0 yearly. Yeah. I thought you worked in IT. We need to get you to Denmark so we can get a job. Then we can sit in each end of the room and just look at each other. And point and no touchy. You're weird. No, you're weird. Do your work. Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, I hate that shit. That is exploitation, yeah. That's why we need to make our own company. And take over our own land. Housekeeping. Oh. It's nice that they help you with that, Jinx. So you don't know what that means, Lamer. Vampire Kitty Linux, yep. Holy shit, we'll be drunk in like 2 days. Like in 2 hours, I guess. Two seconds. Be drunk within the two first shots. Oh. If I got some alcohol right now, I will pass out. I'll just fall asleep. Make Heiko great again. Yeah, it sadly is a serious project, yeah. No, they do take it super seriously. They really do. They really do. They just don't have the development power behind it, sadly enough. It's super sketchy in a VM. Honestly, it don't make any difference today. It may have done 20 years ago, when Linux was still kinda only getting there. But we have Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, and that's kinda it. That's all the market needs, to be honest. Everyone else is just going to be like nothing. There are a few Heiko YouTubers, but not like, again, it's a super niche project. Hey Wilson. So I don't have many problems with Windows and Mac OS. Linux I don't have a problem with technically, but I have a problem with the community. And there are new operating systems emerging all the time. You just, like, they are so difficult to run that, and to know that they exist. Yeah, you probably are. But what a beautiful death that will be. It don't sucks. It don't fucking matter. Like, it's like, at that time you won't give a fuck anyway. You have found something else to fuck around with and other interests. Funny enough, this whole OS debate is only something that, like, for the most part, young people are into. Like, 20, 30s, early 30s, and then they get, like, kinda, for the most part, a little bit like, who gives a fuck? Nah, you just, you fixate because you need your brain to be busy, so you don't overthink. You would find something else to hyperfixate on. I can give you a lot of other things. Oh, you can always get more. Everyone talks about Windows 12 and we've not seen anything yet, so again, I don't believe anything until it's released, so. Yeah, I hope Windows 12 will be good, yeah. What the fuck? I wish Ubuntu was called Ubuntu. Yeah, I think she's tired. You're out of touch with reality. We all are. We are living in a virtual reality world. All we have are virtual identities of humans that don't like other humans. And the world is fucked up. Bimbos. Oh man, I wish I was someone else. I wish I had my own business that was successful. That I didn't have to deal with other people. Like other bosses and managers and that shit. Be independent. Windows? Oh, there's been a lot of Kent OSs in. Some of them have even been in the wild. I made a few tools that some of them got transmorphed into another distribution or forked. Windows. Yeah. Polish is weird. Oh, I told my Polish co-workers about that dude with the Cuba. And when I told them what he said, they were laughing their tits off so fucking hard. So hard. Like, where the fuck do you find those people? Like, hey, it's the internet, they find me. Yeah, it does, Wilson, yeah. And technically, Warsaw is like a Europification, so Germanification of the word. Yeah, it's something different in Polish, yeah. Oh! We should be really fucking mean and then make the company's headquarters in Krakow. Poland is a weird country. Funny enough, our Danish flag, I think we got our flag in Poland. Either Poland or Lithuania. But I think it was in Poland. We also have the longest flag in the whole world. Like, it's been existing for the longest time. And, well, the legend is that someone died, I think it was a monk, and the flag got dropped from the sky to us. But in reality, our flag is a dead monk's scarf. So the redness in the Danish flag is because of his plot. He did have the cross on him, But the reason why it's red is the dead monk's plot, and I think it was the king used this to honor him. That's how we really got the Danish flag. Upstanding monk died in a battle, and they took his front scarf and used it as a flag. Full with plot and everything. So... I kind of want to go to Indonesia. I know a few girls down there. Indonesian people are always so fucking sweet, man. A Polish rebel group. What is that city that's sinking in Indonesia? Like your capital city. Oh, Android is just sucks. Jakarta, there you go. No, you build a new capital because you... This is like, oh, our capital is sinking. We probably should build a new one. Let's build a new one that nobody wants to live in. I just find that super fucking interesting. It's like, oh. Might be, yeah, there's a lot of fucking problems with your new capital. Oh, it's the second time? Oh, god damn it. Yeah, here Indonesia should be like, it's almost like the new Malaysia. Both on the same island? Oh god. I am eyeballing Malaysia a little bit. And Indonesia. If not Japan. But Japan has been so, there's so many Westerners there now. We should make like Night City in Indonesia. Yeah. Asia is conservative in general. But, do you guys have a lot of Muslims like Malaysia does? Too much Night City. Yeah, I think for the most part, Indonesia is like a dry city, right? Or a dry country. Like you don't have a lot of like night activities going on. Allah, stop censoring me. What are you typing? Maybe you should stop typing naughty words. Only for the rich. Gotcha. Yeah, because I know Malaysia is like, there's a big, what is it? Muslim population, Buddhism, and Indian, whatever fucking religion they have. I can't remember it now. Oh, fuck Singapore. They don't like Singapore. It's like Singapore is like the stepchild of Middle East Asia, Southeast Asia, what the fuck it's called. Southeast Asia, there you go. The middle lower class one is kind of bad. Oh. Yeah, I hear you. There's a big like divider between rich and poor still. But Malaysia is like booming like nobody's business at the moment. I see a lot of expats moving to the Philippines now and Vietnam. But apparently there's a lot of street workers in Vietnam. I don't like that. Yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, like I said, like Malaysia is heavily Muslim influenced. Yeah. So what would you say is like the Indonesia most influenced by? Nah, most of them are like the expats are. They're just doing it to live cheap and work online. They actually don't want a wife. They're working all the time. I want a wife slave. That could be fun. Do I need to feed her? Yeah, because everyone I know from Indonesia, they are all Muslim. But I don't like. I don't know that many. I know a few, but I honestly think you would like Malaysia better. Because Malaysia have a way better infrastructure and internet and like they just have a lot of better infrastructure in general. Yeah, Malaysia's gotten really rich lately, yeah. Lutheran churches. They probably are. Also, Indonesia used to be like somewhat corrupt, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they are like there are a lot of like Malaysia is heavily Muslim. Um, but I don't think it's they love foreigners because they bring in a lot of money. Or at least they love Europeans. Is probably what I'm going to say. Because it's gotten easier and easier to get like visas in Malaysia. The Philippines, however, has gotten a little bit more strict. That looks a lot like Denmark. Like that could have been like Denmark in like the winter. Dude, EU is going downhill fast. You will not like it in 10 years. If it continues like it's doing now, you will not like it. It's becoming a fucking mess. Oh, we can get down in like like in the really bad month, like really bad winters. We have been below 20th, but mostly it hovers around minus a few degrees, at its coldest. Yeah, when you get a little bit older and you realize what's going on around you a little bit more, you will change right away. We don't have it as good as we think we have. Yeah, there are Asian countries like this is northern Japan. This like a week ago they had 5 degrees centigrade. If you go to Korea, South Korea, it's not super hot there either. It's kind of like Spain temperatures, I guess. So where you live right now. Yeah, you get that in a lot of Asian countries also. It's one of those things you think it's only in Europe, but no. Even Japan has even more restrictions on like food protection, like stricter restrictions than we have in the EU. The States is just a fucking free for all. Catch your cancer in your local, catch your sickness in your local fucking convenience store. A little bit, probably, yeah, Jinx. No, but Japan and Korea, South Korea, sorry, they tend to have really good like food protection and stuff like that. And also, like, I never heard anyone having problem moving around in Asia. Like, I never heard anyone having problem with it. Yeah, you're not. Trust me that you'll get over it. You will get over it. The only benefit we have is kind of like the state, is that we don't like we have the same currency most places, euros. Other than that, it's actually not that much. Like, yeah, I used to think the same. I used to think America was the best country on earth. Then I used to think EU was the best place on earth. And then the more educated you get, you realize both of them are false. That we are more slave to the government than any place else on earth. And we don't have the freedom we think we have as an individual. The only thing I would say we have, somewhat decent of is education. We have like a decent education system. That's why you see a lot of, well, anyone else from the world getting an EU education and well, we do in not in all, but in a lot of the countries we here in EU, we do have like top-notch education. Yeah. No, like Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, maybe Thailand. Or like Thailand was probably one of the lower ones. But at least Malaysia, say if you can afford it, Singapore, of course. But like if you're not a billionaire, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, they're like the hotspots at the moment. Like massively hotspots at the moment. Because the last 10 years, Japan has been like, they're starting to think about restricting foreigners. That's how bad it's become. Like, it's become so westernized now that they're starting to think about restricting access now. No. Like, Malaysia is on par with Japan. On par with Japan. Look up Kuala Lumpur. And if you take Jakarta, that's, again, it might as well just be Tokyo. You know. And you will have an easier time getting visas in any other country than Korea and Japan, and you will live cheaper there in any of those countries than Korea and Japan. Yeah, they gotten better. They're gotten better with that corruption. Like, it's not a, like, I will not calling it a massive problem. It is more than we're used to in the EU, but it's not a massive problem. Yeah, Thailand is they have a lot of work to do. Well, compared to EU prices, every place in Southeast Asia is cheaper than EU. Like, I with my lifestyle, I could save like 60% by living in Kuala Lumpur. I did the math, and I would live like a king and save like 60%. But that's why you move to Southeast Asia, but you work remotely for a European country. So you get European wages that is way higher than Southeast Asia. That's how you do it. You become an expat. And that's why most of them that do that are IT people. Because then they work remotely. Or they are independent contractors that works remotely. So setting up website consultancies and stuff like that for European customers, getting paid European, almost the same. Like, the best way for you is that if you could get a little bit cheaper than everyone else, but more or less getting European salary. No, a lot of people do it, man. A lot of people do it. Those don't get teaching jobs. They don't pay you. They don't get them. Like, if you have any IT education, move there and work remotely. Because then you get what you get, like a proper European salary. And, you know, it just goes super fucking... yeah, you will not make the same amount of money teaching English. You won't. You really won't. A lot of people use those, like in Japan it's called the JET program. They use those if they don't have any other skills. No, but if you know, let's say you learn how to become a web developer or anything, you can do consultant remotely. Most IT work is consultant anyway. You can do that remotely. But you do it for European customers, so you bill them European salaries. Or maybe, you know, European salary minus 10%, so you're cheaper than anyone else. You know. Or you could become a YouTuber. You need almost no money to live off YouTube in Indonesia and stuff like that. You don't be a programmer in Malaysia. You don't become a programmer in Indonesia working for Indonesian company or a Malaysian company. You get an apartment, and then you dial up your internet and you talk to European customers. That's how you get the money. And let's say you're building websites, and a European company wants €1,000, and you can do it for 800 because you're living in Malaysia. That's how they do it. That's how they make their living down there. Like I said, like if you can work remotely, like Southeast Asia is the place to go because it's so cheap to live there for the wages that we get here in Europe. So just look up expats in. I used to watch a lot of expats videos from Malaysia and Indonesia and the Philippines, and they make a lot of fucking money. Heck, we even the company I work for, we had a Philippine company do a program for us, and that was like 100,000 Danish crowns. Yeah, I would not work locally, because if you start to work locally, you get local salary, and then it's not beneficial for you. Then you're not going to make a lot of money. Like, you definitely can make more money if you work remotely. Or you do stuff that will give you money from other countries outside of Southeast Asia. But if you start to work like in the country, of course you're going to be treated like everyone else, and you're getting the same wages as they. Maybe a little bit more, because if you have like certain skills, like English skills and stuff, but you're not going to live like a king and queen. I know, or not know, but I've seen expats that works or live in, again, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and they work only 2 weeks out of a month. Then they live off that. And they work like 3 days a week for like 8 hours. But they get paid by European customers or American customers. But that means that you may be, you sometimes may have to travel, to EU or where the fuck ever it is, There was one person, they were working for, I think it was a German company. And they were living in Malaysia, I think it was. And for 2 days, one time a month, they flew to Germany for business meetings and stuff like that. And they were just like a IT supporter kind of thing. And the company paid for their transportation, I think. Hey, beer, that's good. You have to have a dildo or something like that on it, or else they won't, like, sub to your OnlyFans. There needs to be some sexual, like, thing in the picture. Nah, you need, like, either a hot girl or lube or something like that, Yeah, I use skirts, but you're the only one that can see them. And not all ThinkPads have a nipple, though. Oh, you would not like that. That would not be a good fucking thing for you. Yeah. Cats are like that, Jinx. I need to see pictures of your cat though. I never seen your cat. Yeah, I would love to move to fucking Southeast Asia if I could work remotely. That would be amazing, man. Holy crap, that's a heavy boy. Yeah. Yeah, we should probably make a cat section in there. Bicycle! Oh, that's a beautiful cat. Looks happy, 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 happy. Yeah, I am thinking about going back to mint. While drinking White Monster. I got told that White Monster is a boomer drink, or a millennium drink. Hey, femboys can be sexy though. You need like a femboy, like one of those cat femboys. Wow. White Monster was like the first sugar-free monster we really got here in Europe. So a lot of millennium, that was the only monster we really could get that was sugar-free. And didn't taste like... I like Trap. I don't know. A dim boy. A femboy. I'm definitely not a femboy. I've been called a bear one time by a gay friend. That I was a bear. Oh yeah, Rockstar and Jäger. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, it tastes like candies, yeah. No, we don't. We're not as blessed as you are, Jinx. Yeah, I drink like one energy drink a day, man. It's like... No.
I may have a problem. It's a decent release. Now the LCS is only the equal numbers, the equal years. 2204 was, yeah. No, it's only the equal years. That's the 04 equal years. That's an LCS. So 24, yeah, that's an LCS. A lot of people do. Oh wait, he's getting going online. Is lost to the sea. Oh, they, yeah. Spanish YouTuber who is actually from Norway. Point Nemo. Yeah. Iron Mouse. Yeah, I'm getting tired. It's like 2 a.m. almost here now, so I was apparently I'm a mega guy because I don't 100% agree with one side or the other in America, so I'm a mega guy. Nah, it was fun. I like debating Americans. They are fun to debate. There's a reaction channel. There's a few of them actually. All they do is sitting and reacting to what Americans think about Europeans, and then Europeans explaining to them how it really is. It's so funny. Yeah, I heard a lot of bad things about the Minecraft thingy. In Indonesia. In Aussie. I wouldn't mind living in Australia. Oh yeah, they did the whole Minecraft. Was it like meals thingy? Man, I really don't mind the weather. Yeah, there's a lot of those channels out there. Yeah, Spanish weather, yeah. Anyway, I think I will go and lay in bed and watch some YouTube till I pass out. So, see you all later. Have a good day and all that. Just a little dazzle doozle. Talk to you. I will probably upload tomorrow or Thursday. I don't know. I have the video. I just need to upload it. So it'll probably be Thursday. But yeah, see you all later. Bye bye.